shit, you couldn't hear me that entire time. Fuck. What's up, everybody? There was absolutely nothing wrong, and I refuse to acknowledge that there was. How you doing? How you doing? Ty with the rainbow YouTube icon, indicating that he has truffle. Thank you very much. I mean, I guess not thank you. I don't get anything from it, but hopefully you get a better chat experience. What's up, Sign Mustang? Hello. How we doing? How we going? What's up? I'm excited. I am excited for today. I don't even know if I want to do the whole just chatting thing. I'm anxious. I want to get into it. You do get my Prime sub on Twitch that I realized I had about 20 minutes ago. Let's go. Thank you very much, Ty. I appreciate it. Welcome, Summer. Hello. I'm here until dinner is done. Fair enough. I feel you very much. Also, let me know. I have the music playing in the background because this is the first one where it's like, oh man, like audio. Like normally it's like, oh man, I don't want to, play a bunch of music over everything. But I'm going to be playing music like this entire stream because, we got nothing else. Got no audio to listen to. So let me know if the audio levels are right. Also, we'll just go to the primary share. Okay, so let me know, does this sound better? Or does this sound better? Is there a difference? Because it is like basically two different ways of routing my mic that I'm trying out. Dinner isn't done yet. I'm going to pin this since it's sort of related to CR. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. You mean I have more time? More time. What's the play for today's stream? It's going to be looking over the Daggerheart playtest materials. I also have the D&D 5e core offering just on hand, as well as Blades in the Dark, in case I want to compare and contrast at all. But that is it. I've so far printed 123 of 300 something pages. Is there that many? Shit, how long is today's stream gonna be? I did not look into it at all ahead of time. So I have absolutely no idea how long this is going to be. I also need to flip. There we go. I will also say kind of what I'm heading in here with is like, you guys know, I like my first like mainline TTRPG was 5e. But I love other TTRPGs. I've been branching out heavily in the past few years. I've been absolutely fiending Blades in the Dark. And so the way that I'm interpreting this is like, okay, when I read over Blades in the Dark, it presented me with like reasons that I would want to choose Blades over 5e, right? And not to say that, like, not Daggerheart, Blades is better. It is that the things that I cared about, like, I love factions and, like, faction warfare and faction management. And that is hugely more doable and, like, much easier to grok in Blades compared to 5e. So, like, Blades gave me a very distinct reason to play it. That's sort of a similar thing that I'm looking for with Daggerheart. Is, what are the places where it's really detailed? What are the places that it's ambiguous? What is it focused on? What is it not? Like, D&D is very focused on combat and combat-based puzzles, which is super fun. Like, I find, like, puzzles within combat very satisfying. And so that's one of the reasons that I like D&D 5e a lot. So I'm going to be looking for those sorts of things in Daggerheart to be like, why would I play this over existing systems? Thank you very much, Dr. Hoovy, for the 420 bits. Very classic. Love it. Also, I'm realizing... Wait, let me switch into studio so you guys don't get, like, bopped around. I don't have the mug on this scene, which is an absolute travesty of justice that the mug is not on here. We got to get the mug in here. So give me one moment. Let's see. Do we get the mug? Hey, there's the jar. There's the mug. All right. And transition. Kerchink. Because I just saw that I saw Dr. Hoovy send in the bits, and I was like, yes, he will get the fun jar animation. There we go. Right there. That's perfect. Let's see. Oh God, please no. I logged in for a few minutes just now. That's already too many oranges. 1 was very loud. Number 2 is better. Okay. So I think the one that I'm on right now is the better one. Is the better one? Please, number 2. Wait, am I not on number 1? Oh God, wait. Am I on the good one now, or is this the bad one? Was the other one better? Oh no, wait. I asked and then immediately moved on. Oh no. The aim to show off Mega's dazzling speed reading skills. I do have decent speed reading ability. I think it was the other one. So you're saying that this one is better. You asked, moved to 2, then stopped. Oh yeah, I know. Okay. So I think, this is, the mic still sounds like it's peaking. That's better. Okay. I'll still move it down a little bit. The volume is fine, but it does sound peaking a little bit. Yes. Okay. So I moved it down a little bit on the mixer. There we go. No, that mic is good. Oh no. Wait. That's better. Okay. I'm going to assume that this is the much better. Sick. All right. Sweet. So there are 3 VODs out. How to play a character creation video where they recreate a C3, a session 0 for tonight's live session where everyone makes new characters. That's good. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I'm not going to be looking at any of the videos. I'm just going to be going in totally blind. And I am not like I'm not a game designer. But just from a if I was going to choose this for my home game, that's the perspective I'm going into it with. And we're just gonna I'm just excited to get into it. The aim is plus a pretty hefty quick start adventure. They have a quick start adventure. I like to hear that. I like that a lot. Including a quick start in the core rulebook. It's something that Blades in the Dark has that I absolutely loved. And the Blades in the Darks is tiny. It's just like a little starting situation that doesn't even have like an intended resolution state that it like tells the DM to go to. Like, it is as bare bones as it gets, but I think that providing that for first-time players, DMs, is really good. I like that a lot. Also, the NDA is now 100% lifted, so those of us who did the closed beta, which was mostly character creation, can talk about it. Hell yeah. All right. Very cool. Let's see. Session 0 should be spoiler safe. I still don't think I'm going to watch any of the videos. Just in case. But still cool. What's up? No is the playtest. Has the Daggerheart been fully released today? No. Not fully released. Just playtest. So I think this is technically playtest 1.2, if I believe, or open beta 1.2. They have it's all on daggerheart.com. And I will definitely be going through. I signed up on, I don't remember what they say, Demiplane. I signed up on Demiplane, so we will definitely be building at least one character today, if not multiple. But yeah, it's all right here. So yeah, open beta version 1.2. So it's all on Daggerheart, daggerheart.com. Okay. Although 3 hours sounds optimistic. We'll see. And you know what? Maybe we'll have to split it into multiple days. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, what do we got? I opened up all of the things just to make sure that it looked like I had everything, but I didn't read basically anything. Okay, let's see. Wait, I gotta close that. I gotta close that because I keep wanting to look at it. There we go. Wait, let's... I gotta place chat differently because now that I have the truffle chat, which is so much easier to read on my end, I need to actually like place it on my scene. There we go. That's looking good. I mean, the quick start adventure, it supposedly takes 3 hours. Oh, interesting. I mean, 3 hours is nice. 3 hours is, if they could pull that off. I mean, it certainly depends on how mechanics heavy the whole thing is. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's D&D, if it even has like 2 combats, you're not getting through that in 3 hours, right? You're not getting through Phandelver in anywhere close to 3 hours. But, you know, if it's like a Blades in the Dark style quick start, that 3 hours might be doable. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Okay. You know what? I was just about to say, where the heck should I start? There is one called Start Here, so let's start there. Let's see here. Daggerheart, Start Here directions. Hello. These materials are from March 12th. Before starting session, we recommend checking to see if there are any updates. Beautiful. The Quick Start Adventure is a great place to begin. 3-hour adventure, like you said. A walkthrough of the core rules. I love that. And 5 pre-generated characters. Also great. I really like providing some pre-gen characters. Again, just to give, like, first-timers some, not necessarily guidance, I wouldn't call it, but, like, a little bit more structure on where and how to begin. And it also gives, I think, a little bit of insight on, like, rules as intended, if that makes sense. Like, I think when you provide these, like, okay, like, these are the sorts of characters that we envisioned, they use, you know, these mechanics in this way, I think it gives you a lot of insight into the intention of the game. So I like that a lot. That would be a fun one-shot time length, 3 to 4 hours, maybe, since most of us are learning from scratch. Yeah. No, I totally agree. I mean, I think that, like, a 3 to 5 hour one-shot is, like, an ideal length for a one-shot. I'm terrible at making one-shots, especially, like, D&D one-shots. Because mine always end up, I'm sure you wouldn't be able to tell from my stream lengths, mine always end up crazy stupid long. So I would, that is one of my goals, is to be able to get shorter one-shots and adventures. You said, no take backsies? Wait, what? I said I was doing what? I said I was doing the quick start adventure? No. I'm not doing the quick start adventure. No. This is just like a review type deal. I'm not. That'd be wild. I mean, maybe I'll run the quick start adventure at some point. That would be kind of fun, but not right now. Just teasing. You know, that's not a bad idea though. We could run the Daggerheart quick start with, like, some Discord folks. Maybe we'll do that. I'll have to think about it. Dr. Hoobie, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, and Summer gets the gifted sub. Very nice. Start at the beginning, 2x speed to catch up. Sounds good, John. See you in a second. Okay, GMs, a folder just for you. Within it, you can find all the sheets you want to reference. For character creation, campaign maps to start your adventure in a folder with every card in the game. I don't know what that means. If you're playing in person, don't forget to print the action tracker card. All other cards can also be found in the player materials. So, like, I mean, the initial vibe I'm getting there is, like, very, like, board gamey, like having, like, quick reference cards. Not terrible. We'll have to see. There's a folder for each class that contains all of the print and play materials we'll need to begin making a character. Love that. There are instructions on page 1 that explain how to print materials ranging from 1 to 10, including all the cards, sheets, and tables. So cards are a DM and player thing. Okay. Interesting. Okay, wait. Let me check that out. I want to see that. Player materials. Oh, very nice. I hope that this is not just a... I really hope that this isn't just a, like a beta test thing. Like, I would love it if they published Daggerheart officially with all of the classes, like, segmented out like this, like, away from the core rulebook. Because I think that that's one of the things that I think about with 5e, and, like, the Ranger especially, is that it's harder to errata any specific class, right? Like, you can't just, like, rework Ranger because it's in every single PHB in existence. Which, to 5e's credit, like, when they were making 5e, you know, they released it, what, 2012? 2013-ish? I mean, back then, sure, it was a thing to have, like, an internet presence, and it was a thing to be, you know, doing some stuff online. But I think if you had gone to Wizards of the Coast, or if you'd gone to, like, really any, like, mainstream, like, game designers or reviewers, the idea of publishing every single class separately would not have been... I don't think they would have considered it wise. But with the, you know, very online nature of Critical Role being, like, kind of primarily, like, an internet company, I think that it makes total sense to have these all segmented out and just, like, free to download on Daggerheart.com. That way you can really easily errata them without having to, like, undo all of your fucking PHB sales, you know, or, like, you know, make all of those PHBs, you know, what would it be? Not non-canon, but, like, all errated. I'd really like it if they kept it all separated out. I think that'd be super cool. It explicitly says the automatons can be in the shape of objects, so we'll have to see. There are 3 maps and suggestions for place names. I like that. Oh, I cannot wait to look at the maps. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Okay, so where should I start first? That is a cool idea. Yeah. I mean, I think that in general, this idea of, like, having a lot of, like, the rules a little bit more segmented out into, like, smaller, like, pamphlets or books or whatever could be a solid way to go when, again, you're, like, this very online brand and company. At least the ones you want to give away for free. Like, you know, I'm not saying, like, split up the PHB into, like, here's the combat pamphlet, you know, whatever. Like, you know, all of the required rules and stuff, put all of that in one book. I like that. But then all of, like, the stuff that you would give away for free, the player materials and shit, I think put those segmented out for free online. That would give me a reason to have even more hardcover books, little ones for each class, or just generation type release. I mean, yeah, I could see that. I've just downloaded this stuff a bit ago. Haven't taken a deep look yet. We're taking a deep look right now. Let's see. Let's go to... I'm debating between the playtest manuscript or GM materials. Let's go playtest manuscript. We want to get, like, the full ideas still. All right. We want, yeah, the general ideas before we look into, like, GM materials, player materials. Within this document, you'll find a rough draft of the rulebook that should help you get started. The game is still in active development, of course. The rulebook has not gone through an edit yet, sure. Balancing of adversaries is still in an exploratory phase. Up until this release, we've adjusted the combat system numerous times in an effort to make it as fast and cinematic as we can. Very interesting wording. Which, I mean, if that's part of their goal, that could make a lot of sense as to how the adventure's a lot shorter. The startup adventure, at least. While also making it feel familiar and fair. And this is one of the maybe interesting points. We kind of talked about when I was talking about how D&D is, like, a very, you know, combat-focused system. One of the benefits of having a lot of mechanics and a lot of detail around any given system, whether it's, you know, combat in D&D, social stuff in Vampire the Masquerade, whatever, one of the benefits is fairness, right? If you know, like if I know a fireball is always going to have a range of, I don't know what fireball's range is, 90 feet? That sounds right. I know that fireball is always going to have a range of 90 feet. So when the DM says how far away something is, I know if fireball can hit it or not every time, right? But in something like, you know, Blades in the Dark, I was talking about like they make very few references to long range. And so whether or not like a feature works, like whether or not you can shoot someone from any given range might change based on the situation. And like that gives the DM a lot of flexibility to reflect reality as they see it. But it can also sometimes feel a bit unfair because you like don't know what to expect. So I do think that it's fair to kind of contrast these things of like fast and cinematic versus familiar and fair. I do think that those are kind of things you have to weigh when you're designing these sorts of systems. It gives them a chance to add in lore segments so we don't get so much skeletal materials. That's also true, Q. That's also true. Can we make a character? Certainly. I want to know the general mechanics first, so I know kind of what any given character is referring to. But I will absolutely be making a character later in the stream. I mean, I might make several. The art is all subject to change, sure. We release... Oh! Wait, you guys want to see some shit? This is totally separate. This is totally separate. So I was looking for a thumbnail, right? I was looking for a thumbnail. Or actually, no, sorry. Before I was looking for a thumbnail. So the thing in my background. This Daggerheart. This is from Drive-Thru RPG. But I was looking for that, like something to put on my background. And I just looked up Daggerheart and went to images. And I was kind of looking through and I was like, oh, that looks neat. Like maybe that is, you know, art. This one specifically. I was like, oh, maybe it's like art from the published stuff that I haven't like seen yet. And I went to daggerheart.org. And I was like, wait a minute. It says like sign up to play the Daggerheart playtest. Like it has all of this stuff like it's the official Daggerheart. But the thing that tipped me off is I downloaded this image, and this image is called Skyrim Village from Distance in Wilderness Darkened. And I'm like, uh-oh. That sounds like AI gen. And then I look at that, and I'm like, that also looks like AI generated. So does that. So does that. So does that. And I was like, holy shit. This is an entire fake website. Like, you know, daggerheart.com is the real website. What the fuck is all of that? Like, why? I don't know what the gain is. Like, I don't know if it's like just like a pure out scam where they're trying to where they're like try to like route you to like a different site or something. But super crazy, super weird. Definitely be on the lookout. It is daggerheart.com, not daggerheart.org. Yeah. I'm sure Darrington is working to get a hold of it. I'm sure it's hard to take that sort of stuff down. Bug, what are you doing? Bug is barking at stuff. It's the Willy Wonka scam all over again. It did give those sorts of vibes, didn't it? Anyways, so that's just when I saw the art is all subject to change, I was like, uh-oh. We will release new updates periodically during the open beta playtest cycle. Sure. Even though we are in beta, you can stream your games. Cool. There were many inspirations for this game. I'm actually curious what they are. Touchstones in the introduction. Yeah, I'm curious about that. Let's see. So we've got a lot of... Oh, hello. Are these quick links? Oh, they are. How nice. Okay, that's good to know. Let's just look over the skeleton really quick. So we've got just the intro, part 1. Okay, so the parts are not named anything, which I'm sure that they will be very clear once I get into it, but kind of interesting. So this is all, it looks like just character creation. Yeah, just general character creation in part 1. Part 2 is the general flow of the game, what I can do on my turn. 3 is a little bit more of an overview, kind of like what does the actual adventure campaign stuff look like? Running a session 0, all that. And then part 5 is homebrew guidance, it looks like. Okay. I like including homebrew guidance just straight up. It's one of the things that I think D&D did, but I think that hiding it, or not hiding it necessarily, putting it in the DMG, all of like the how to create a custom spell, all of that makes sense. But I think that the DMG is a little bit messy. So I think it gets hidden a lot of the time. Whereas I like, putting this, just this part 5 in like the core rulebook of like, hey, here's how to customize like everything in your game. Here's a nice guide for it, how to balance it. I really like that. That's very cool. Okay. They have an FAQ about what can be monetized and third-party stuff on the website too. Critical Role is pretty good about that. Like I make sure to be following the Critical Role content policy in regards to my streams. And it's like, I mean, it's still like legalese. There's still a little bit of like legal speak and confusion there. But it's pretty good compared to a lot of content policies I've read that were much more confusing. All right. Collaborative role-playing game. Sure. What is a tabletop? We all know that. What kind of role-playing game is Daggerheart? Let's do that. Heroic narrative-focused experience with combat as a prominent aspect of play, facilitating emotionally engaging player-driven campaigns that are punctuated by exciting battles and harrowing challenges. I like this introduction immediately. So it's narrative-focused, combat is prominent aspect. One of the things I sometimes rag on D&D about is that they present the 3 pillars of play, which are, combat, social, and exploration. And one of those 3 pillars is a bit more prominent than the others. So I like that this seems to be a little bit more maybe self-aware in at least what it's, aiming to be. We'll see, how much that actually jives, but there's an attribution and copyright you should display or read in its entirety on your stream before or after the stream if it's streaming a DH game. Good to know. Yeah, before, I don't even know, when I was mentioning potentially like running through the adventure, I don't even know if I'll do that on stream. If I do, I will be looking through all of the legality on it. Let's see. The game takes a more rules-light approach in its design, encouraging players and GMs to focus on the story they're telling rather than the complexity of its mechanics. You know what? Let's just look at something really quick. So this is 377. I have no idea. This isn't me like trying to catch them in anything. I'm curious as to how long Blades in the Dark's rulebook is. I don't know it off the top of my head. So I'm curious as to how the page count seems pretty similar. Now, I will say a lot of Blades in the Darks is set up basically from 273 on is just like the world maps and shit and like the factions, but just off rip, similar page count. What about 5E's PHB? I honestly don't know. Only 293. But that also doesn't include any of the, DMG or the Monster Manual, which are both kind of considered required reading, So, okay, rules light seems to at least on first blush check out. Celebrate you busting 1,000. We know you're about to. That's fair. It could be 1,000 sub milestone. I don't know when it'll happen. The subs, like they plateau and rise in like weird ways. So sometimes, it'll just tick up very consistently, and then other times it just stays flat for a sec. But I do like that. Maybe with some other people. Maybe Mike, if he's down. We'll have to see. I don't know. What's up, everybody? What up, Cherry? How you doing? Give in to my influence. Mwahaha. I mean, it's a good idea. Is level 2 going to be 10k subs? Yeah. I'll just do one level of Daggerheart per, like, order of magnitude. We won't even get to the end of the game until I'm at, like, 1 trillion subs. Yeah. Let's see. Encouraging players and GMs to focus on the story they're telling rather than the complexity of the mechanics. So, I mean, that, when we're talking about stories and narrative, that's going to be less mechanics, less detail, more ambiguous. I am interested to see where they put their mechanical complexity. You know what I'm saying? Like, where do they put in mechanics? Because I feel like most systems, unless we're talking like Powered by the Apocalypse, most systems focus at least an amount of their mechanics in certain places. Like Blades, I was talking about, very rules light on the whole, but has way more detail on factions and like faction management and interaction than any other game I've seen. So I'll be interested to see where they put any mechanics if they do, because I doubt that this is as light as something like Powered by the Apocalypse. It asks them to act in good faith with each other to tell the best story they can. Love that. And looks to provide structure when it's unclear how things might resolve. Also, the music is like scary right now. Why was it so scary? That was weird. Anyways. When it looks to provide structure. All right. The system has a free-flowing approach to combat to avoid stopping down the game into rounds. Stopping down the game, sure. And doesn't rely on grid-based movement for the maps and minis. This is all purposeful in creating a game that utilizes the kind of terrain and map building that miniature-based games are known for, while making Daggerheart streamlined, approachable, and focused on delivering great narrative experience at the table. Interesting. So no grid-based movement for maps and minis. I'm interested to see how that goes, because that, to me, kind of implies, okay, then there's going to be, if there's less, movement ranges, there will probably also be less attack ranges. So are we just going to be talking, long range, short range? I don't know. What are we talking? And no turns? Yeah, no turns is very much a BitD thing. It's very much a PBTA thing. So I'll be interested to see if they talk about that in the touchstones. But yeah, no turns. I mean, the way that Blades handles it is just enemies only act as response to player action. That's a way that you can kind of get around needing turns, is essentially like enemies don't act independently. They only act based on reactions. So that's a way to get around the turns. I'm wondering if they have the similar way of doing it or different. Those who prefer highly strategic, rules-heavy experience with more of a heritage of war games may find that Daggerheart doesn't have all the crunchy bits you're used to. Those who come from very rules-light gameplay might find some mechanics engage in areas where they're used to a more free-form approach. All right. Interesting. You should always play games that make you and your table happy. 1000%. Yeah. If you're looking to tell more heroic fantasy stories with a modern approach to mechanics that focus on both epic battles and emotional narrative of the characters who fight in them, you've come to the right place. Very fun. Utilizes an asymmetrical design. This means that it plays very differently for the GM than it does for players. Many TTRPGs have some asymmetry, with players each controlling one PC while the GM plays everyone else. But Daggerheart's asymmetry goes deeper. Players roll the 2d12 duality dice for their PC's standard actions, including their attacks. So 2d12? I mean, instantly we're going to get closer to those averages than a straight d20. The more dice you roll, the closer you're going to get to average on the overall result. Although calling them duality dice makes me think that maybe we're going to consider them separately, even though it says 2d12. But we'll see about that. At the same time, the GM makes moves without rolling for most actions, but rolls a d20 when making attacks for adversaries. Okay. I don't even know how to see. We'll have to see on that. Okay. PCs gain hope when they roll with hope, while the GM gains fear when any PC rolls with fear. PCs and adversaries both have a mechanic called experiences, but they are used in different ways at different times. This asymmetrical design is intended to help all participants effectively contribute to creating a memorable experience together at the table. Huh. Okay. Gains hope when they roll with hope or fear when they gain. So that sounds like a buff and a debuff. Very interesting. That'll be very much something to see. Ranges go from melee to very far, and they suggest using everyday objects to measure if playing in person with minis. Very interesting. Okay, so much more. So still have ranges, but just vague ranges that could change. All right. Don't hate me, guys, but this reminds me of how some people describe 4E. Look, I've heard that if you go into 4E blind and don't expect it to be like any other edition of D&D, that it's actually like a cool system. I've heard that 4E like is actually kind of fun to play. If you don't have any expectations of it being even remotely like D&D. So, we'll see. 1 hope die, 1 fear die, duality dice, the 2d12s. Okay. TTRPGs, 13th Age, Apocalypse Keys, Apocalypse Worlds. Bit D, hello. City of Mist, okay. City of Mist is interesting, because City of Mist is, it's a weird amount of crunch. Like, City of Mist is very rules light, but also oddly crunchy. But it also has amazing character creation. City of Mist is very much not for me, as a system, but the character creation, I think, in City of Mist is, like, unparalleled. So I love that. I don't think I know. I mean, I recognize a lot of the other ones, but I don't have, like, hard experience in the rest of them. Earthsea, Wheel of Time, Lord of the Rings, Ice and Fire. So we're going... That's kind of... Well, a lot of these are a much softer magic, which is interesting. Like, Ice and Fire, very soft magic. Lord of the Rings, very soft magic. I don't know how soft the magic is in Wheel of Time. It seems soft, but also there's, like, 15 books, so I'm sure that it gets more hard magic later. Never read... Wizard of Earthsea or Sabriel, so I'm not sure there. Witcher is very a little bit softer magic. I mean, it's hard because Witcher's a video game, but also I would say that it's on the softer side. Just the vibe and experience it's trying to give us. I agree it sounds fun, but I've never played that system. Yeah, City of Mist, is that superheroes? City of Mist is... I'm trying to think of how to describe City of Mist. It is everything. Like, you can play anything and almost tell any kind of story. It is in a modern setting, but there's, like, an entire, like, conceit to City of Mist that allows you to tell almost any story you want, even, like, medieval stories, but within a modern context. City of Mist is crazy. I highly recommend just reading the rules if you're, like, interested in other TTRPGs. Again, it's not for me. I don't have any plans on running it at any point, but it is a very interesting system. It was the first one that I read where I was like, whoa, this is, like, not even, like, really reminiscent of D&D. Like, this is, like, a totally different kind of TTRPG. And it, like, showed me, I don't know, kind of the different things you can do within the format. Played City of Mist. Hey. Oh my gosh, the dogs are going crazy. Light self-promo. Yeah, a bit of light self-promo. Yeah, true. Played City of Mist with my group, and the players that tended to like crunchier systems weren't feeling it. It's weird, right? Because it is very, like, I think traditionally, crunchy and rule-heavy kind of go hand in hand. But City of Mist is a weird one where there's, like, the entire system is built on, like, additive riders, which is normally only found in, like, rules-heavy and crunchy systems. but it's a super rules light, like very, very rules light system that just has these more crunchy riders. It's very weird. But it's very cool to read over. I recommend it just from like a expanding your mindset sort of vibe. Why does your stream crashing boost your subs? I don't know, dude. I have no idea. They say they took inspiration from themselves. Where else do you get inspiration, you know? Where else do you get inspiration from, honestly? The duality are explained very succinctly in the player guide. I mean, I think that most things will probably be explained in here. I just am going slowly. In Daggerheart, you'll all take turns speaking at the table, describing what your characters do, the consequences of those actions, and how the narrative evolves because of those consequences. When the rules call for it, or when a situation seems like it needs it, you'll roll the dice to see what happens next. Very bit-D. Very, very Blades in the Dark. Depending on the result of those dice, the dynamics of the conversation will change. The dice players use in Daggerheart generally come in two categories, your duality dice and your damage dice. Duality are two 12-sided dice, referred to as D12s, that are of different colors, one representing hope and the other representing fear. These embody the fate of the world around you and its effect on your success. Your damage dice corresponds to the weapon or spell you're wielding and express how deadly a successful attack you might be. Okay. Interesting. Sure. Anytime you're making a roll to see whether you succeed or fail at something, you'll roll your duality and take the sum of their results, plus any modifiers you have that apply to the action. Okay. If the total is equal to or higher than the difficulty set by the GM, it's a success. If it's lower, it's a failure. Okay, so we're using the very binary DC system from D&D. That has distinct advantages and disadvantages. I'm hoping, just based on that they provide some guidance as to like what successes mean, what failures mean. But we'll see. Whether your hope or fear die rolled higher. You also tell the GM whether the hope or fear rolled higher and the situation around you changes based on that result. That's very interesting. Each game of Daggerheart is called a session. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Many groups. Sure. There's no winning or losing. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Okay, wait. If a character dies, they might seek out a way to bring them back to life or play a new character. Okay, yeah. That's all pretty interesting. The most important rule! Not really. There are degrees of success. Okay, we'll see. The most important rule of Daggerheart is that you make the game your own. The rules included in this manuscript are designed to help you have an enjoyable experience at the table, but they should never get in the way of the story you want to tell, the characters you want to play, or adventures you want to have. As long as your table agrees, everything can be adjusted. If there's a rule you'd rather ignore or a modification that works, feel free to implement it. Yeah. Character principles. Sure. I love having character principles. I'm not skipping over them because I don't like them. I love having general player guides, player principles. Same thing with GMs, GM guides, GM principles listed out here. Because again, I think it gives you a good idea of the intention of the game. So I like that a lot. The world you explore in Daggerheart will typically be one of great magic, wondrous landscapes, mythical beasts, and powerful foes. Interesting. Okay. Core realms, mortal, hallows above where the gods reside, circles below where the fallen gods reside, and the realms beyond. Magic and spells. There are 5 possible outcomes of a dice roll. Interesting. Okay. Magic in Daggerheart is both very powerful and incredibly dangerous. It permeates the land and dwells within the people here. Magic exists as both a force within you that you may be able to draw on to give you aid throughout your journey, and as a force outside of you that affects the world and can be tapped into by those who know how to harness it. Depending on the type of character you choose to play, you may or may not have the ability to use magic. If you do have the gift of spellcasting, you'll use magic through specific weapons, spells, or other magical means. Okay. As a character grows, the magic they can perform will grow with them through additional cards you gain at each level. I wonder if that's like a growing thing or like an additional thing. You know, that's very D&D, like getting access to different types of spells. But then there's also a concept in D&D of like upcasting. I wonder if this is going to be a bit of both, one or the other. I don't know. That's interesting that it sounded binary to you based on that section. It's got to be hard to figure out how and in which order to deliver all this information in a book. Certainly has to be hard, yeah. Because, I mean, based on this section, I am really just seeing, like, where was it? Yeah. If the total is equal to or higher than the difficulty set by the GM, it's a success. If lower, it's a failure. Yeah, it sounds very binary to me. But it also does say we'll discuss this more in depth in the core mechanics. So to me, that does imply that it's more complicated than that. Which, I mean, based on the the hope and the fear, it sounds more complicated already. But that is very interesting. I am always very interested in what you choose to include. Like, to me, core realms maybe could be delivered later, but also maybe not. I don't know. I don't have a lot of experience in like designing these sorts of books, so it is very interesting to think about. But I don't have a ton of experience in the game. Or experience in, like, designing books, you know? What's up, Cabium? No. We're right at the start. Flavoring your game. You may always flavor your magic in a way that complements your character and their style, but unless the table agrees, that flavor shouldn't offer any mechanical benefit. I love that. Flavoring is free. Flavoring is absolutely free. For instance, you might say that your rogue's magic takes the form of gadgets and inventions, but it's still magic and subject to the game's rules about magic. This is one of the things that I was talking about with having Percy be an artificer. Talked about this a long time ago. Is like, oh man, it seems like artificer would have been a good fit for Percy. And this is exactly the thing of like, yeah, I don't think that Percy should cast magic. Like, I think that would be weird. But I think that exactly what they're talking about like flavoring a rogue's magic as gadgets, inventions, etc., is exactly what I envision a Percy artificer looking like. Of like the spells and spell slots are various gadgets and like the amount of charges that they have during the day. Kind of like the diplomacy. You know, it only has a certain amount of charge. It needs to be recharged. That's what I picture when I picture a Percy artificer. And I think that reflavoring magic is one of the best ways to go about having like a wealth of fun with magic and like accomplishing not player narratives, but class fantasies that maybe don't exist within the system you're playing. So like there's no like real pure psionics class in D&D except for an Unearthed Arcana. But I'm playing an Aberrant Mind Sorcerer and I reflavor every single one of her spells as some manner of psionics based. Even something like Hunger of Hadar, I reflavor as psionics based. Makes me feel very cool. I like it a lot. So yeah, I think that this is a great thing to put out in the intro, but also maybe it's because I just agree with it so hard. And I think it's something that people are kind of afraid to do, honestly. So I like putting it out there in the intro, I guess you could call it. What do you need to play 2 to 5 player characters? What? We can't do a head-to-head? No 1 player character? Come on. I think you probably could do a head-to-head. I understand why they put that, but come on. Caught Up Live. It would be cool to find some VM members in this system. Yeah. Yeah, it would be. It would be cool, like, try to, like, build Grog in this system. That would be cool. I've actually done that before. Created an artificer whose spells were renamed to be gadgets. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A game master. You're playing with the game master. Game dice. Uses full set of polyhedrals. Okay. You know what? I'm a little bit of a full set hater. I actually like systems that limit down the number of dice that you use. I think that, like, you know, like, okay, they use D12s, D20s for GM rolls and duality dice. Fucking put the rest of them on D6s. Or put the rest of them on D8s. I'm not a huge full set guy. You know, I like to because I think that shrinking it down makes it a little bit easier to no, what's kind of the word? I think it makes it a little bit easier to introduce new things, like to balance homebrew. But I'm not that big of a hater. I'm saying I'm a little bit of a hater. It's whatever. It's more of a preference thing. I totally understand the benefit of having the full range. It's just not my preference. When referring to the dice, it'll usually indicate the number and sides. You'll need 2 D12s of different colors and a D6 of a distinct color. Your advantage, disadvantage die. Interesting. Don't limit my dice potential. Yeah. A few sets of the rest of the polyhedrals to share. As you level up, you may need more dice to represent those advancements. Interesting. Okay. Player tokens are small objects that represent the look and feel of your character. Gather about 7 tokens per player. Okay. Some players may require more or less. As you play the game, you'll use these to help track several things. When you roll dice, you'll add tokens to help you easily count your modifiers on the roll. Okay. When you make an action roll while in combat, you'll add 1 token as the action tracker. Okay. When you use a spell or ability, its card might ask you to place a token on it. Okay. I will need more on that. That is intriguing. But we'll see more in part 2. But where are you going to find a set of D6s, D12s, and D20? I mean, I've only bought 1 actual set of dice. Other than that, I have bought dice individually. Always. Like, the local game store that I had literally had just, like, big-ass bins of dice of the different sizes. So they had, like, a big-ass bin of D6s, $1 each. You know, big-ass bin of D8s, $1 each. And they also had a gumball vending machine where every time you made a purchase, you got a token. And you put it into the gumball vending machine, and it's just a gumball machine of D20s. It was fucking awesome. My LGS was so cool. They just expanded. I'm so happy for them. Like, in an era where a lot of LGSs are going under, I'm so happy that my home one is expanding. But yeah, no, I've only bought, like, 1 actual set of polyhedrals. Other than that, I've bought dice individually, bespoke. Now, I will admit, that's probably maybe not the standard experience. But I don't know that it's that uncommon of an experience. Especially if we're talking about D6s. I mean, D6s are in, like, every board game ever. So, like, I have way more D6s than probably any other die. Because D6s are fucking everywhere. You buy 1 fucking thing of Yahtzee and you're good on all D6 systems. I like that they have built in, it was to keep track of stuff. I can never remember if I used my reaction. That's totally fair. These tokens are very interesting. I am very interested in these. Yeah. It is I. Hello, Safichu. Some of the CR set looks nice, though, I'll admit. I mean, that's fair. I like me a good-looking die. I just don't buy them as sets most of the time. Tokens seem like an optional part, way to track concentration and similar things more easily. Yeah, I mean, it's like to help you easily count your modifiers. I am interested, like, when you use a spell or ability, this card might ask you to place a token on it. I'm wondering if there are like overcharge type abilities where like rollout from Pokemon where like every time you use it, it gets better and better and better. I wonder if that might, but you could also use dice for that. You know, that's like a very common like Magic the Gathering thing is that you have like a spin down D20. So it seems like you could either use tokens or you could use like a spin down D20 or something like that. Would be very, very similar. Thank you for the follow, Safichu. I appreciate it. I buy a new set for every character I make. I am not I am not a dice hoarder like that. First order, what's the secret for your curly hair? I'm jealous. I don't use shampoo. That's it. That's the entire secret. I comb it sometimes, and I don't use shampoo. That's it. I use shampoo maybe like once a month about. But yeah, that's my hair. When I have 2 nice sets, Beach and Fae, and 2 sets of Standard. When they either die or the campaign fizzles, they go into a dice bag where they are free range. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What are we doing? Daggerheart review. We're looking through Daggerheart. Yeah, Daggerheart open beta playtest. When I don't have access to my random number generator. I think I have a set somewhere. Let's see. Yeah. I've got this set of yellow polyhedrals. It's just like, I think it was like $5. And then I have this little dice tray thingy majigger. And then I have this little teeny tiny travel set. And then Paige has a set that is much nicer. That she bought. That's like, ooh, all transparent. Whoa! You can see through to the green screen. Anyways, those are my dice. Yeah, I don't have a lot of physical dice. Eat them. Eat the geometric gummies. All right, game cards. Game cards. This is interesting because I saw them reference cards multiple times. Along with the rulebook, you also need the cards that come with the core set: Ancestry, Community, Foundation, and Domain, as well as an action tracker and X card. If you don't have access to these cards, all the information from the core set is located in the reference pending section. Interesting. We will have to see. We will have to see more. Character sheets section contains character sheets and guides you'll use when building your characters. If you're utilizing pens and paper. Okay, so it does seem like... I mean, I wonder if the guides are like the stuff that's currently split out, you know? Which that to me would indicate that they're going to contain all of them in kind of the same deal, you know? But look, I would prefer them to be separate. I would totally understand if they included them all in the same, but I think it would be really cool if they were all separated. To, again, make for much easier errataing. If you're planning on using the digital, ensure that you have a laptop or available. Or tablet available. Let's see. Optional maps and miniatures. Sure. Table for all. Very cool. Love that. Love lines and veils being included. Very awesome. Let's see. X card. Oh, that's the X card. Okay, X card is also very cool. X card is similar to lines and veils, but I don't think I've ever actually talked about it on stream. It is a tool that allows any player, including the GM, to remove content from the game. This traditionally appears in the form of a physical card marked with a large letter X and placed within reach of all players on the table. That said, your table could use a designated item, whatever. To utilize the X card, a player only needs to tap the paper or hold up crossed arms, etc., and note the moment of play they wish to rewind to. It can be helpful to note the detail that they're flagging for removal, but this is not a requirement for the tool. This is a really nice safety tool because like lines and veils are awesome, but they are essentially like a plan. It's like, oh, I think that this will make me uncomfortable. I think I want this to be a line or a veil or whatever. An X card is basically the contingency plan, you know? Like you didn't think that that would make you uncomfortable, but it is in the moment. X. Very cool. I really like X card. And I like them including both Lines and Veils and X cards in the intro segment. I like that a lot. I have something like 30 sets of dice. Hell yeah. Also, safe words are cool. Yeah, it's essentially a safe word. It's essentially a safe word, but I actually like it slightly more than a safe word because I think people can forget what the safe word. You know? So especially if they're not like super used to using them. So I like the X card. Let's see. Using the book. Part 1, preparing for adventure. Dun dun dun. Part 1. Dun 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 dun. Let's see. Character creation. The first thing you'll need to do to start playing Daggerheart is create your character. Some of these decisions are purely narrative, but others are mechanical. You don't need to complete character creation in the order laid out, but it's advised to choose the class. I'm sometimes a class first person. It depends. I'm like a general character first person. So I often have like an idea for the character, and then I base everything off of that idea. That's why a common safe word in semi-public settings is safe word or red. Oh, that's fair. That's very fair, Tempenist. Yeah, that's a much better one. Yeah. Getting started, having a session 0, get a character sheet and guide, record your level. All characters start at level 1. Record your level in the appropriate area. Okay, fair enough. No XP to level 3 here. Record character details. Choose your class. Let's see. Dun 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 dun. Once you've chosen a class and taken the appropriate character sheet and guide, you'll also choose a subclass. Subclass immediately. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. I don't mind that at all. The subclass's foundation card into your hand. The subclasses are subsets of each class and help further define the kind of character you're playing. Totally cool with me. Totally fine. I am very, very down if 1D&D. I know they've been like flirting with the idea of like moving around the subclass level, either to like all be at 3 or all be at 1 or whatever. I would much prefer them to all be at the same level. I don't care what that level is. If you want to make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. But I think it should be the same for all the classes. Traffic light system is always good for check-ins. Yeah, 100%. They can also be shy to say so, but throwing down a marker might be easier. Yeah, sure. I think in general, safe word, X card, same general concept, and whatever works better for your table is absolutely good. All subclasses are now level 20. We've moved them all to make you happy. Every class begins with a unique class feature or several. You don't have to write this down. It's already provided. There are unique features available only to your class, so be sure to consider them when building your character. Okay, sort of bit D-esque, although you can gain access to other classes' features. Let's see. Okay. The available classes and subclasses in the base set are the following. The Bard, the Wordsmith or the Troubadour, the Druid, the Warden of Elements, or the Warden of Renewal, Guardian, Stalwart, or Vengeance, Ranger, Wayfinder, or Companion, Seraph, Winged Sentinel, Divine Wielder. Ugh. Look, you know what? This is totally personal preference. I'm not gonna yuck anyone's yum here. I'm not really into ASMR or, this like idea of like the Seraph as like a base class or a base racial species option. Not really it feels a little bit too special fella, special boy for my preference. It feels like the difference between a Guardian and a Ranger, is pretty narrow. The difference between a Ranger and a Seraph, narratively and like flavor-wise, feels very stark to me. But it could just be a flavor thing. But yeah, Seraph does not attract me. You can have an anonymous X card show up on screen. Somebody in this game is uncomfortable with this direction. That's awesome. Yeah. That's very cool, Tempest. Yeah. My luggage XP is a winged sentinel seraph because I'd already made a guardian, and because the image of a flying treasure chest is funny. Seraph equals cleric, more or less. Guardian, barbarian, paladin, seraph, cleric. Interesting. I mean, but even just like the winged part of it, the divine, I don't know. I mean, cleric is always a tough one to represent, but so far, just based on words, not my vibe. We'll have to see once we get into it. Maybe I'll make a seraph just to see how I feel after that. Rogue, Nightwalker, or Syndicate. I like that one. Sorcerer, Primal Origin, Elemental Origin, sure. Warrior, Slayer versus Brave. Wizard, Knowledge, or War. Okay. Warlock doesn't like the Seraph. Look. I had to trade something to be special. I had to give away my soul to get the special. To get that special treatment. You know what I'm saying? Next, choose your character's heritage. This aspect of your character combines two elements, their ancestry and their community. Love it. Absolutely love it. I know there's like a big, at some point in the past, big drama of, species versus race, whatever. I prefer species because I think that race has a very specific colloquial, meaning within our society that the D&D races so clearly are not. But I know that some people prefer ancestry. Don't have a problem with that. Heritage, totally cool. So, ancestry, heritage, I'm down. So what you're saying is that you would prefer a sans serif party? That's exactly what I'm saying. A character's ancestry reveals their lineage and impacts the way they physically look, as well as granting them a unique ability from their ancestry. Take the card of the ancestry you choose. I'm already loving this. I've said with D&D, I would prefer for every species to just have one or two things that they do that are significant. So D&D has this very patchwork of abilities, they have fucking dark vision, but then they also have this, and they have powerful build, and they have fucking, a sunlight sensitivity. All these things, I would rather just have a single thing that it does, or two things that it does that are impactful and matter. That is much more my vibe. So I'm liking this heritage. Calling them species sounds too scientific, where the ape, common ancestor of elves and dwarves. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I think that is a fair critique. I just think it sounds more... I think race has always just sounded odd to me. It has sounded weird because it feels dissonant with what race is, So that's why I'm saying I'm down with ancestry or heritage as opposed to species. That's totally fine with me. Because I think ancestry, sounds a little bit more fantasy-esque. That's totally fine. The human race is known for one thing and one thing alone: war. War. What is it good for, That's what I keep asking. Take the card of the ancestries you'll choose, and then take the community of the available community cards. Their community informs the culture they grew up and might play a part in the way they look, act, or approach situations. Hell yeah. That's totally cool. I'm totally down with that. I don't have a huge thing about it, but in Daggerheart, you're asked not to pick specific languages for your character. The game assumes that everyone speaks a common language, and that sign language is widely understood across cultures and communities. Interesting. That is a very interesting addition. That feels... You know what? I was about to criticize it more, but also the idea of everyone knowing a common language is also kind of weird. So, okay, yeah, fine. If we want to just assume that everyone can generally communicate with each other, that's totally fine. I actually I wish that languages were more broadly utilized in D&D. And, like, I try to utilize them more. But I think if a system just wants to fucking abstract that shit and not worry about it, that's probably more accurate to how most tables, like, play D&D. So that seems very fair to me. Assign character traits. Next, you'll assign values to the character traits on your sheet. The values reflect your natural or trained ability in the core 6 stats: agility, strength, finesse, knowledge, instinct, and presence. You know what? I like... Man, okay. Agility and finesse does make sense, but feels a little like splitting hairs to me. But also, maybe not. I don't know. I like knowledge, instinct, and presence off the bat. Like, I think that presence sounds a lot better. I'm assuming it'll be very similar to charisma. If they are the same thing generally, I like presence a lot more for it. I like instinct more than wisdom. I like knowledge more than intelligence. These feel very well named to me. I like them a lot. Yeah, knowledge, instinct, and presence sounds so... those are nice word choices. I mean, you know, it's a big, you know, opinion-based thing, but I like those a lot. Agility, sprint, leap, maneuver, strength, lift, smash, grapple, finesse, control, hide, tinker. Interesting that hide is on finesse and not... I guess it may... These are the only two that I'm kind of like, these feel a little bit, but, you know, okay, that's fine. Perceive, sense, navigate, love it. Presence, charm, perform, deceive, knowledge, recall, analyze, comprehend. Love this. I really like the 3 mentals, and I will get over agility and finesse. I'll get over it. It's not that bad. It's also probably not even like explicitly bad. It's just a mind shift that I have to make. A bit unsure about the agility finesse, or unsure if I understand it. Like quickness versus precision. Yeah, I think the ARO has it. Like, it's like you're faster on your feet, nimbler on difficult terrain, and quicker to react to danger. It's a little bit more like... It's like a little bit more like overall cardio. And then finesse is like you got shaky hands, you know? I think agility is actually a little bit of like a cut between constitution and dexterity. Like agility is kind of like this cut between like strength, dexterity, and constitution. Whereas finesse is a little bit more like sleight of hand and like stealth. You know, it's cutting that more like very delicate, very fine control. Yeah, those are interesting things to focus on. The more I think about it, the more I'm coming around on it. It'll just be a mental shift more than anything. Let's see. All right, so distribute the modifiers. My knowledge score is too low. Lol. Trait modifiers are values associated with each trait. When you make an action roll using one of these traits, the trait's modifier adjusts the roll final result by that number. Distribute the following modifiers across your character traits in any order you wish. 2, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1. Ah, ha, ha, ha. So they're using a standard array. Standard array is interesting. It's a bold choice. People generally, as far as I'm aware, standard array is not overly popular. But, you know, if you're taking that, you're taking that. That's fine. I think it's a choice. I like making a choice and being confident with it. Kind of like the languages. Consider what actions you want. Oh, also very similar to BitD. Very BitD reminiscent. But I'm thinking about this as being pitched to D&D heads, and I think you know, they may not be as kind or forgiving. What weapon you want to consider, what actions you want to be good at, what weapon you want to use, what kind of spell casting you'll be doing. We'll cover weapons and spells in future sessions, but if you don't know how to distribute your stats, you can always refer to the character guide for suggested stats. Love that. You can also change these stats around as needed during character creation, as well as after your first few sessions of play if you feel like you made the wrong decision. Love that. I mean, I think that is something that should just be generally allowed, is like the first few sessions of play, the stats are still a little bit wibbly and we just accept that. But I like them working that into the rules. That helps my written process a lot, TBH. I mean, we're all going in here together, Ink Charm. We're all working this out together as a team. Like if you can run an American Ninja Warrior doesn't mean you're a lockpicking expert. Yeah, sort of. Or like even like a jewelry crafter, or like I think that there's a lot of things that finesse would apply to, even to some degree. I don't know if this will be a thing, but I could even see finesse impacting some spell casting. Like if you can make like very precise hand motions, could be an application of finesse. Record additional character information. All right. Reflects how hard it is for enemies to hit you. Your class's starting evasion score appears right beneath the evasion field. Okay, so AC. Right, it's AC. Wizard may avoid blows with shimmering arcane shields or by battering away an adversary's spells, while Ranger nimbly dodges. Warrior employs a mix of parries, blocks, and dodges. Okay, so evasion score is AC. It's AC, but we're allowing everyone to have it, and making it a little bit, not tying it specifically to the term armor, so that unarmored defense doesn't need to be a thing. You know what I'm saying? That's fine. Yeah, sure. I think evasion, I'm not as in love with the word choice, but I also don't hate it. I'm lurking because I'm building in Sims 4 right now, but I thought I'd say hi. What up, Valk? How you doing? Seems like a good choice to split up decks since it's a bit overpowered in 5e. I could see that. Yeah, like I don't, and I think that, Constitution was very underutilized. Like, I don't like that Constitution is only tied to, like, poison and health. Like, I wish that Constitution had a bit more going on with it. And it makes sense to, like, lump, like, athletics from strength also into that. Like, I know plenty of bodybuilders that are not out here running marathons. So, yeah, I think it all makes sense. It'll just take a bit of getting used to. Let's see. Your character's health and well-being are represented by hit points and stress. Okay. I like that. Just off rip, I think that having an alternate, like, generalized, like, mental thing for your, character is very good. I think it's one of the difficulties of the exploration pillar in D&D, is the fact that, like, basically the only stat that can really be affected as, like, a really negative thing in D&D, especially because D&D is very low riders, right? They don't want to give you, like, -1s, -2s, -3s. Especially because of that, the main thing that you can do to a character is damage them in D&D. And so I think that's, like, one of the places where both the exploration and social pillars struggle, is that it's harder to display more mechanical consequences to, like, explicit failures, right? It's, like, very up to the DM. And when I say struggle, I shouldn't necessarily say that. That's maybe the wrong word for it, but put a lot more weight on the DM. Right, there's a lot more weight on the DM to decide what the consequence is of any given action within exploration or social. Whereas in combat, what's the consequence of getting hit in the face with an axe? You lose HP. So I like having an alternate stat of stress to give a DM, even if you don't, like, mechanicize it super heavily. Like, you could even have it be as ambiguous as it is in D&D with the social and exploration parts. But having this stress, like, if you fail an exploration roll and get lost, but then, like, get back on track, but maybe you're, like, a day late or something, that's an easy thing to give stress on. I think that's sort of what Exhaustion was going after in 5e, but Exhaustion is famously, like, hard to interact with because it is so extreme so quick. So this seems like I just immediately love that hit points and stress are put on the same level. Gives you a lot of ways to give out of character consequences if you're maybe struggling or you're improving as a DM and you don't know what else to do. I just spilled. The idea of missing a wall because of its IAC, yeah. Oh, man. Anyways. Are an abstraction reflection to your physical fortitude and ability to take hits, both from blade and magic. Stress affects your ability to withstand the pressures of dangerous situations. This includes mental and emotional strain, as well as physical discomfort that comes from avoiding the dire blows of battle. Very interesting. You can describe your hit points and stress in any way you like, but they generally represent your character's ability to get knocked down and keep coming back. You'll mark your HP and stress when these situations arise. The fewer marks you have against HP and stress, the better. Fair enough. You don't always have to mark HP. Instead, your class has a certain damage threshold, indicating how much damage you can endure before marking a hit point. So hit points are going to be probably fewer and further between, maybe more like a wound mechanic in like Bit Deep. Very interesting. Find your class's starting damage threshold at the top of the HP and stress section of your character sheet, and it is different depending on the character class. Very interesting. Okay. Record 3 numbers in the corresponding fields in the damage thresholds in HP. Learn how many hit points to mark on your character sheet when the GM tells you to take damage. Okay. Hope. Hope is a currency that represents the way fate can turn in your character's favor during the game. You'll start with 2 hope at character creation. Mark these in the hope section of your character sheet. Anytime you roll with hope on your duality dice, meaning your hope die rolled higher than your fear die, you will gain additional hope to a max of 5. During the game, you can use your hope to help allies apply your life experiences to challenge and empower your spells and abilities. Okay. So it's okay. It's a common little buff mechanic that could come up whenever, might not come up. Interesting. Okay. If you instead roll with fear, the GM records this in their notes, and they can later spend fear on certain effects. Sometimes a fear roll also introduces other complications into a scene, even if you succeed on your roll. Okay. So there's a lot of... My base is that I like that. My base is that I like that a lot. It is sort of going after... I've talked in Critical Role about how they play a very dramatic style, right? And I think that skill check crits are a way to feed into the intensity of the music for while we read the rules. I know, you gotta have intense music, dude. Also, let me know if it's too loud at any point. But the skill check crits allow them a more swingy, back and forth, dramatic style of game. But even then, I think it's still a bit too random. And actually, one of my main things with it was that it implied success or failure. And that it was a little bit too random. Like, if you're going for, like, a high drama thing, the randomness can be really good, but it can also land on some, like, really awkward segments. Like, it can land on, like, awkward points, and one of the reasons that I don't use skill crits at my table is because it can land on an awkward time where there's no real way to, like, reward that reward or, like, not disincentivize, but, like, there's no way to acknowledge the crit sometimes. Like, sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And this seems like it's getting at that concept of, like, rolling with hope. It is still random. It is still basically dice dependent on this resource that you gain. But then you gain that resource to, as a player, heighten the drama of a scene. And again, the way that you gain that resource is still random. It's still, that kind of swingy, drama-dependent type deal. But then you gain control over the drama and the swings. And then on the opposite side, same thing for Roll with Fear. So this is almost like doing the nat 1s and 20s, but disconnecting them from both whether you fail or succeed, right? Because if you roll with fear, but you're getting, an 11 and 12 and you succeed, right? That is still giving the GM that, what would we call it? Aggressive drama, right? Of the fear die, even though you're rolling well. So, like, off rip, pretty cool way to do it. Like, turning these fears and hopes into mechanics, into resources, but you gain the resources based on the random die roll. I'm liking it. I like that a lot. Just, I would have to play with it, but my initial reaction is very cool. I think that's a really good way to go about grabbing a very dramatic tone in your game. Also, a way to address action economy. If players are rolling a lot, they're going to be giving the GM the ability to do more. Well, it's like the GM is doing more, but you're also gaining a bunch of hope, right? So, like, because theoretically, you should gain an equal amount of hope and fear, right? Like, there should be, like, that equal thing. And so, every time this happens, it's going to encourage you to use your hope more often, which is going to create higher drama. And it's also giving the DM a lot more fear to pump the scene with as well. It also is interesting. We'll have to see. The hope is a explicit resource. The fear is a resource and introduces complications. So it actually seems like it is slightly weighted against the players, but I think that's good. I think that is I think good. It creates more of like an underdog type situation. Yeah, man. I'm liking it. The more I think about it. I'm easily bothered by loud music, so I'll definitely know. Sounds good. The rules are very important. If you fail to read them right, the GM gets to eat your dice. Maybe put Daggerheart as a tag. There might be people searching for streams like this right now. As a tag on Twitch. That's very true. I kind of forget that Twitch has tags, honestly. But that is a very good point. Twitch.tv. Oh yeah, that's just the front page of Twitch. Creator dashboard, right? I am such a Twitch noob. Let's see. Wait, why can't I? Why can't I change the tags? Do I just have to go to the stream itself? That's the stream preview. Oh, maybe I have to go to the actual stream? That's kind of weird. I'm sure that people are telling me, but I covered up my my things. Oh, there it is. That's how I edit them. There we go. Daggerheart. Yeah. No, very, very good idea. All right. Perfect. Okay. Sick. Very, very cool. If you want to attract more randoms, that is always growing the community. I had to go for a while, so I missed a bit of it, but finally home, so I'll be able to stick around. Hell yeah, Albie. Welcome. I don't know the rules, so this is just a guess, but the fear is going to be one resource, whereas hope is getting split between the players, so the fear should go up faster. That is fair. I guess the total side. So, like, the players, like, as a, like, unit, and the DM, the fear as a unit, will go up the same amount. But that is a good point. That, like, someone will gain hope, and maybe, they aren't able to utilize it well in the moment, whereas the GM has just their big pool of fear that they can employ at any given moment for anything. That is a decent point. Yeah, I think it's cool. It does seem like the GM gets fear more, not as a player involved more, but actively mold the story and react like the PCs do to the same world, if that makes sense. Yeah. No. I like it. Sorry, I don't know what tricks. No troubles. I figured it out. No. I got it. We're all good. What's up, Glitched Revenant? How you doing? We're reading through Daggerheart. And we just got to the more in-depth explanation of hope and fear, and I like it a lot. I had not heard anything about it up until this point, but I am a fan. Okay. Choosing your weapons. Physical weapons attack your foes, and if you have a spellcasting trait, you may also wield magic weapons. At character creation, you may choose one primary weapon and one secondary weapon. Now, are weapons going to be more of a thing? That is my big question, because I feel like 5e weapons barely do shit. Like, the difference in weapons. That's what I'm really hoping for, is that there's a distinct difference in weapons. Daggerheart, is that like an off-brand shoot of 5e? It's by Critical Role. So Critical Role came out with Candela Obscura, and now they're producing Daggerheart. Daggerheart's much more in the brand and in the vein of 5e, or of D&D in general. It's very different so far. It's very, very different. But it's more similar than Candela, it seems. But it certainly will be a competitor, but very, very different. It's not similar in like how D&D and Pathfinder are similar. It's not nearly that similar. It's much more different. But the fact that you can only choose one primary, one secondary, I'm really hopeful that they're more significant. If you choose a primary that requires both hands, you won't be able to equip your secondary at the same time. Sure. Let's see. So you get some recommendations. At level 1, your proficiency is 1. This means that you'll generally roll 1 damage die for your weapon attacks. This is recorded in the active weapons section of your character sheet. When you equip weapons on your character, record the details, see using weapons. Okay. From this, I am hopeful, because I actually think that this would be a very cool way to do damage, is that the weapon gives you maybe the damage die size, like the polyhedral size of like, is it a D8, D6, D4, what have you, and then gives you a distinct effect, and then your proficiency just determines how many dice you roll. That's a cool idea, and I'm into it. That's a cool idea. We will see if that's what it is. But if that is what it is, that is interesting. On your character sheet, damage, dice, and type, record your damage dice with the proficiency value already written, like 1d6 instead of d6, reminding you how many weapon dice to roll. Whenever you increase your proficiency, also increase the number of dice in the damage dice section. I'm hopeful. That sounds cool. Funny enough, I'm on my second or third ever campaign. One is a Titanfall version of D&D, and one is a heavy RP set D&D sesh. Titanfall D&D sounds cool. I fucking love Titanfall. Titanfall 1 and 2. That sounds like a cool theme for a campaign. That sounds very neat. Definitely aimed at CR fans and people like fiction first playstyle. Yeah, I think it's very like the rules light approach. We haven't gotten too much into it. I think I'll get a better vibe once we create a character. But it is definitely going after people who like those more rules light styles. Like if you like Pathfinder more than D&D, you're probably not going to vibe as much with this. But if you like Pathfinder less, this might be more in your direction. About 25 pages. Yeah, not too much. Not too much, Deadly. You can use your armor to reduce incoming damage. At character creation, you can choose one piece of armor and equip it. You find armor suggestions at the top of the character guide. Interesting. So armor is separate from evasion or AC, etc. You know, on base, I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. That on base, that's not bad. We'll have to see more in specific what that looks like, but I am very open to listening on that one. When you equip armor, record its details in the active armor section. Record your armor score. Your armor score includes your armor's base value plus any permanent bonuses you have to your armor. When you take damage, you can fill a box next to your armor score, then reduce the damage by your armor score. You can even check multiple boxes to negate more damage. Now, my only, I don't want to say worry here, but one thing that I don't personally love about D&D is that it does not feel like there's much of a reason not to get the best armor possible. Like, there's no, like, when you're in the heavy armor section, there's not much of a reason to wear half plate over plate. You know what I'm saying? So I would look for armor to have maybe some sort of downside, or maybe just some reason that, you know, you're not wanting to, like, dress your wizard up in plate mail, you know? Or maybe there are, like, you know, lighter armor versions, but then I think that gets into a weird thing where it's like, okay, robes, you know, negate as much damage as plate. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I'm curious on this one. We'll have to see the more specific stuff. MCDM is probably a better bet for the grid loving crunch and munchin' folks. I love crunch and munchin'. You can dodge damage or you can block it. Yeah. Which, like, maybe like, I would think it would be cool if armor reduced your evasion score. I think that's, like, that could be interesting, but we'll have to see. Because I'm also not a huge, like, negative thing. I like really additive abilities, so we'll have to see. For anyone wanting to download this, Mustang put the link to download the PDFs. Yeah, so it's on Daggerheart.com, but then it is also for anyone who's in my Discord. Mustang threw in the Discord link. As someone who loves playing tank, damage threshold and invasion as different mechanics sounds super cool. I will say that. I love them being different mechanics. Like, the fact that in D&D, the only way to reduce damage in that way is, I think, Heavy Armor Master, I think is a huge miss. I do really love the aspect of reducing versus dodging. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how I feel. Armor is then repaired during downtime. Okay, that's very bit-D. I wonder if it costs. So that could be the downside to armor in general. Although, is that it's sort of like a money upkeep thing. We'll have to see. Didn't it say you could change the flavor of your armor, just keep the base stats, and then fixing it would be different? That is true. But I think that, like, the flavor... I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until I see more of it to give more of a thought. Yeah, I feel what you're saying, Pharaoh, and I think that's totally fair. It's not necessarily my... Like, I think I would prefer for armor to work slightly differently than that, but I also think that would be totally fair if that's how they implemented it. You have a 5-point armor and 4 armor slots. You can reduce incoming damage by 5 points before it breaks. Yeah, G. Hercup, I think you're right. Which is cool. I like that as a base armor system. I'm just curious as to how... Like, I'm not in love with, like, the light armor, medium armor, heavy armor system in D&D. So I'm interested to see if they skirt around that, if they opt for maybe what Pharaoh's talking about with reflavoring stuff. You know, we'll have to see. I'm gonna reserve judgment until then. But I do like the general system for, like, separating armor and evasion. I think that's very cool. Choose other starting items. Sure. Create your background. Several prompts are provided to jumpstart inspiration. Is there anything mechanical, or is it just recommended? Purely narrative. But they can deeply impact the kind of character you play. Yeah. I think that's fine. I'm a little bit... I go back and forth on whether or not I like systems telling you to do narrative stuff other than reflavoring. Like, I actually like that D&D's backgrounds give you a thing, like, based on them. Which I know is sort of similar to, like, your heritage in this. But this is essentially just, like, step 6 for rules on how to play a game. Do this thing that does not affect the rules at all. Which is fair. I think just some part of my brain is kind of like, you know, we're eating up pieces of the pie, telling people to do stuff that, like, will have an impact on the game, most certainly, but is not necessary to playing it. I don't know, but I go back and forth. I have a little bit of dissonance on that. Because I do think it's important. Like, at my games, that's certainly what I recommend. But I think I would put this more maybe in, like, the session 0 area rather than in the character creation area. But I could be convinced or cajoled, you know. Good old 50 feet of rope. Fixing armor comes at a trade-off. There's only so many things you can do over a long rest. Ah, very interesting, G Hercub. So that has the blades in the dark downtime mechanic. Or not, downtime mechanic. Yeah, downtime in Blades in the Dark, there are a specific number of things you can do. So fixing armor is that trade-off. That's cool, then. I'm into that. I'm definitely into the trade-off there. The note about changing earlier mechanical choices at this point seems fair. Like, you might know your character better and want to change your community. I mean, that's totally true. Like, and I think that was, they addressed that earlier with, like, you might, want to change your array at some point. Change these stats around as needed during the first few sessions. I think that's absolutely true and fair. Ad break ends in 120. Oh, shit. Ad break ends in a minute? Okay, let's, I have to pee anyways. So let's take a quick break while the ads are running. And then we will come right back. Boop. Oh no, I don't have the source added. Wait, hold. Oh god, it's so small. There we go, that's fine. All right, now I'll be back. What? Oh, that's the wrong share. Bird. Bird, you are okay. Bird is very concerned about everything that is happening. Why? Why are you concerned? What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Okay. Choose your experiences. In Daggerheart, your experience is one of the core ways you'll express your character's... Okay, well, maybe a slightly longer break. Because I recognized that the dogs were upset, and then I went back to streaming, and they immediately asked to go outside, which is fair. They haven't been out in a while. So, I will actually be right back. Okay. All right, I'm back. Hello. Thank you, Timpanist. I'm liking it too. I'm having fun. Go and play 5e. Let's hope I remember how after all this new info. Hell yeah. Good luck, Mustang. Mega talking about his West Marches campaign has me more intrigued than I have been about one. I usually tend to like to keep the same group. I am so excited for the Unseen campaign in general, and to expand it. It's one of the reasons, like, this week, especially on, like, Thursday and next week, I'm going to be focusing on it so much, because it's something I've always wanted to do, is, like, that West Marches style, and I'm very, very excited for it. Yeah, I mean, right now it's a whole lot of nothing. Q, but it's gonna be on its way. So I may have to lurk around it. Hell yeah, please do. Daggerheart does a good job at helping players create a good, rounded character, not just what they are, but who they are. True. I mean, I really like the ancestries and heritage bit. But again, this background, I don't know. And then the experiences. I'm like, yeah, experiences is awesome. So it's weird. This background kind of stands out to me when I feel like they have a lot of that sort of stuff in there and mechanicized, and then the background just kind of doesn't have anything associated with it. But it could just be that I'm not used to it enough yet, or it could just be a difference of opinion. See you later, Mustang. You'll start with 2 experiences at character creation, one with a +2 and one with a +1. And you'll earn more throughout your adventures. Before choosing, you want to have a solid idea of who your character is. The backstory questions are helpful with this. When you're ready, work with your GM to pick 2 experiences that have shaped your character. There's no set list of experiences to choose from, although some are offered below. Instead, choose a word or phrase that embodies something distinctive about your character. Each experience should be specific. For example, talented, focused, or too broad, as they can be applied to almost any situation. Instead, you might... Oh, this is City of Mist. Okay. Now we're getting into the City of Mist inspiration. Okay. Fair enough. Instead, you might use Swashbuckler or Magic Studies. Additionally, your experience can't give you spells or specific game abilities. For example, Take Flight or One Hit Kill are too mechanically oriented. You might consider Acrobatics or Assassin. So if you are playing Daggerheart and you like the experiences mechanic, this generalized mechanic is basically how you do all of character creation in City of Mist, which allows you to basically build any character to, like, fulfill any class fantasy. I like this implementation of it as, like, a more narrow thing that allows you to have, like, you know, all of these options for mechanics and then still a wild card, you know, so that, like, 2 people that choose the exact same stuff, you know, from the wide permutation of mechanical tree stuff, you can still get to experiences and you can represent your character a little bit more accurately with these experiences. This is one of the things that I thought was so fucking cool about City of Mist. So I'm very interested. The experience system is very interesting, but several of us in the closed beta had trouble figuring out how to phrase them and how to hit the not too broad, not too narrow mark. So it's like a free-form skills system. Yeah, essentially. And I really hope that... I think they should give more examples. I think one of the things that City of Mist does impeccably is it gives you a long list of examples. To really try and get you to hit that mark. Also, someone just rang the bell again. 1 second. They just wanted me to come into the living room. Yes. Yeah. So you're also encouraged to add flavor to your experience to give it more varied use in play. For example, instead of just Assassin, you could choose something like Assassin of the Sapphire Syndicate. This kind of detail gives your GM an exciting faction to weave into the campaign, and also makes it easier to use this experience outside of combat. For example, if you encounter an ally of the Syndicate, you might be particularly adept at negotiating with them based on your experience. Yeah. So, I mean, this not too broad, not too narrow, I do think is one of the... And again, you can imagine how interesting City of Mist's character creation is, but also how difficult it is, based on the fact that, like, this is how you do everything in City of Mist. So again, very cool, very broad, very free form. No 2 characters are going to be the same, which is so cool. But I like narrowing it down to this one aspect. I really like that. And I think that the more you play, and especially, again, I think that hopefully they put out even more examples. I think them giving the pre-built characters was a good idea. So that can show you kind of example experiences, them building a character from scratch on stream. I think very good at kind of not attuning to, but kind of narrowing down what this means. But it's also another aspect of this is that how narrow or broad things need to be will largely depend on what on your table, on like what your table considers too broad or too narrow. It seems like the kind of thing that can be very readily abused by a creative player, which is probably intended as a feature, not a bug. Yeah, I think this is very feature, not bug. But also, it is, as they said in the beginning, it's a very like trust-based thing, and I think that there is an aspect to, and you know, I haven't played it, so I don't know how it'll run. We'll very much have to see. But slight counterpoint. This is a way to mechanicize your background to where, for those quieter or more rule-bound players, it might actually give them an incentive to bring up their backstory more, right? Because something like D&D does encourage you to work in your backstory into, you know, like certain interactions out of combat, especially, and for DMs to give you advantage based on that. But this narrows it down a lot more into one keyword or, you know, a key phrase and then a +1 or a +2. So I think that to a certain degree, this might actually bring some players out of their shell. Think of Laura Bailey here. If you know, you know, but hold the line. I mean, look, honestly, just based on her favored foe and favored terrain, I can understand. But that is a conversation that you have at any given point as to whether or not an experience even applies. So I think that this is, you know, and when we get into these much more like vague vibes-based mechanics, it very much has to be like everyone is acting in as good of faith as they can. The DM is trying to balance how often people are getting targeted. And to Matt's credit, you know, we just talked about he's good at like positive player targeting. I think Matt specifically would be good at balancing how often certain people use their experiences. And it is something that a DM or GM running Daggerheart they would have to keep that in mind. Of like, okay, this person is using their experience every 5 minutes, and this person is never using their experience. Is one maybe a bit too vague? Is one maybe a bit too broad? Is the other too specific? You know, balancing those up and down. They want players to try and break games and make these wilder characters. I mean, I think that's cool. I think that's very, very cool. And I think if you took that example of the, you know, the quieter player, I would assume, and this is total assumption, total speculation, but I think that Critical Role would encourage you to try and bring that quieter player out of their shell rather than dampen down the creative player. But could be wrong, and it'll depend on every table. Don't break the trust, or Matt Mercer will throw pool noodles at you. Yeah. Once you've decided with your GM what your 2 starting experiences are, record them in your experience and assign 1 + 2, the one that most impacted you, and +1 to the other. Hell yeah. Very, very cool. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah, and then anytime you make an action roll, if you feel like an experience could help you succeed, you still have to spend a hope. So actually, to be fair, since you have to spend a hope to apply to them, like, City of Mist is just fucking apply it whenever you want. If you feel like it applies, if everyone feels like it applies, just fucking put it on there. That's how City of Mist rolls. With having to spend a hope, that does actually put a certain ceiling on how often even a creative player could use it. Because a creative player is only going to have a certain amount of hope to spend. And they're taking away hope from using other things. So that is an interesting mitigator on the fact, or on the mechanic here. That's a very interesting mitigator. But you get hope all the time. You get hope, theoretically, every other roll, right? So that's cool. That's cool. I could totally see it bringing a Shire person out as opposed to dampening the creative one. I could see it going either way. It definitely depends, but I do think I see this potentially bringing out some of the Shire ones more. It feels like something that may have tried both ways during earlier versions, for pay or free experience use. Yeah, I think I prefer paid. I do think I prefer paid. It's one of the things about City of Mist that I didn't love when I fishbowled it, is that it feels like every single time I was stretching to try and figure out how my various things applied to like every situation. Like I was always stretching to try and like think up a creative way to apply it, which is, I think, the sort of mindset that Timpanist was talking about with Laura Bailey. And so I think that limiting it is actually helpful to the me and Laura's of the world, because it says, oh, we don't have to stretch every single time, because if we do, we'll just run out of hope. So I like it being limited, because then it tells me, okay, I'm only going to use it when it most applies, when it most makes sense, because I'm using up a limited resource, even if it's a resource that refills all the time. There's also the fact of applying it to hope, which has a cap. You can only gain up to 5 hope. If you're, again, that quieter player, and you have 5 hope, or you have 4 hope even, and you're doing something where maybe an experience applies, I think that quieter player is more likely to invoke their experiences to try and get rid of that resource to make sure that they're, maximizing their resource usage and not, accidentally hitting their cap. So I heavily prefer and like it being tied to hope. I think that is a great way to nail it down. I could see a lot of positives and negatives in this, but I think that tying it down to hope, I think that really ties a bow on it for me. I think that's a really solid choice. Maybe they started like City Mist and then got feedback that made them link it to the hope economy. Very possible. Very, very possible. I love that. Yeah. Tell that to Saint Walker, the Lantern of Hope. I don't know that one. Changing experience. You'll have the opportunity to gain new experiences as you gain levels. Fuck yeah, that's so cool. I've talked about how I try to like choose subclass and feat options based on my experiences throughout the session. And sometimes that can get in the way of doing like a good build. Which can, I'm a person who will choose that narrative fulfillment over power. That's more fun for me. But I think that if you could tie that narrative progression to this, where, it's not related to your class, it's just related to these +1s and +2s. Thank you so much for the gifted, Dr. Hoovy. The second gifted tonight. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you can tie that narrative progression of your character to this experience mechanic, I think that's a really nice way to do it. That's of like gaining experiences as you level up. I think that's super, super fun. You're also not stuck with the ones you've already chosen. If you later discover during play that an experience you previously chose isn't feeling right anymore. For example, the GM might notice that the way you're using the experience isn't a good fit for your group's collaborative story. Or you might feel one of the choices you made doesn't match how you've come to understand your character. Happens all the fucking time. All the time. You make a character, you have this great backstory, and then the way you play it just doesn't quite mesh with the actuality of your backstory. That's when your GM realizes this. Work together to find the experience that best reflects the kind of character you're intending to play and the kind of actions that character would be good at because of their history and perspective. I'm coming more and more around on this experiences mechanic. It's making me realize that one of the things that I think was missing for me in City of Mist, which I didn't realize until right now. I think that one of the things that was missing for me was some manner of economy. And I think that the moment you tie that economy to it, I'm loving every part of it. I'm loving every part of it. Ooh, yeah. Putting some mechanical rails on it would make it easier to roleplay. Yeah. Adding a resource to consuming upon doing something always feels like a good idea. Whether it's a free for all, usually the loudest wins. Yeah, it's really tough. We were talking about that in one of the critical eyes of, like, you know, D&D is a resource management game, and you could have a game that is not that, but the moment that you do that, I agree, it's a bit of a loudest wins. Why would I not always use the right thing? Like, I think that it becomes a lot harder to balance any given mechanic the moment it's outside of a resource economy. Like, the moment that it's outside of that economy, it becomes so much harder to balance. It's why I've also said, like, no magic item is overpowered in D&D. You just have to put the right resources and the right rarity on it. And you can never make something overpowered. It just has to have the right number of resources. And I think that is a lever that if you remove that lever of, like, having to spend resources, you can do it. It just becomes immensely more difficult to balance any given thing. The ads don't matter if I give everyone a sub. That is true, Dr. Hoobie. That's a good way of thinking about it. I like the cut of your jib. Acts as a table balancer. Yeah, precisely. It makes it immensely easier on the DM, on the players, on everyone. Domain. Domain are the core building blocks of a class in Daggerheart. So we have kind of a modular class situation. All right. They consist of Arcana, Blade, Bone, Codex, Grace, Midnight, Sage, Splendor, Valor. Each domain has a deck of cards that contains a set of abilities and spells with a central theme or focus. For details on what each domain represents and how to use your domain, see the upcoming domain section. Interesting. I'm not hating it so far. It's formed by combining two of these domains. For example, the warrior is Blade and Bone, the druid is Sage and Arcana, the rogue is Midnight and Grace. This combination is noted at the top of your character sheet, and the colors and symbols are found in your class foundation chart. To create a new character, look at all the level 1 cards from your class's 2 domains and choose 2 at the beginning. Return the rest to their respective decks. You might take 1 from each domain or choose 2 from a single domain. Ooh! Oh, you know an Invocation boy is loving this. You know that I'm loving this when I'm a Warlock main, when I'm wanting boons and subclasses and invocations and feats. You know that the guy that wants those things is loving this. This sounds awesome. This sounds really, really cool. I'm very down with it. You may take 1 from each domain or choose 2 from a single, whichever you prefer. These cards grant you special spells and abilities. You'll be able to choose another each time you gain a level. I like it. I do like it indeed. Shared domains. Every class shares its domains with at least one other class. Yeah. For example, Blade is shared between Guardian and Warrior, Sage between Druid and Ranger, Grace between Bard and Rogue. If a fellow player's class has the same domain as yours, you're encouraged to coordinate with them and choose different cards from the domain deck. Yeah, totally. This gives everyone a chance to shine with their own special abilities. However, if GM and players agree, feel free to make an exception. That seems totally fair. Create your connections. I like it more and more the more that we read. I'm not saying I'm throwing away D&D tomorrow, but y'all know I like Blades. Y'all know how much I like Blades. And this seems to cut a balance between the two systems. I don't know. We're going to have to see. I will tell you what this is convincing me to do is playtest it. Because I wasn't quite sure. I was like, maybe I will, maybe I won't. Like, I don't have any intention of, like, really ever playing Pathfinder. Because it's just a little too similar to D&D for me to, like, take the time on, essentially. And I was worried. I feel kind of that way about Candela. Of, like, Candela sounds just a little too similar to Blades for me to, like, want to spend a bunch of time on it. This seems different enough from both Blades and D&D for me to want to play test it, to at least see what I think of it, you know? I'm really liking it, yeah. I had a feeling you might vibe with some of this, mostly based on the way Spencer has talked about it in interviews. I'm liking it so far. I'll tell you that. Forge your connections. These represent the relationships and personal history. Oh! Yes! Wait, are these mechanicized or is this like background? Because I would love it if this was mechanicized. Because this is something, you guys know, I've talked about this before. This is something I have straight up done at my tables. At least what it sounds like. I'm not reading the rest yet. But like, I'll have like a big bowl, and it's like a player, like during session 0, will draw from the bowl, and it'll say like, you and one of the other characters got drunk in the past, and each shared a secret. What was yours? And like you form bonds and connections before the game actually starts. I would love it if this was mechanicized. I understand if it's not, but I do like including it in the base rules, regardless. All right, so share all the stuff. Once everyone has shared who they'll be playing, work together to decide how your characters are connected. It is recommended you pick at least one question to ask another PC, but you're welcome to create new questions. Okay, so it's not mechanicized, but it is directly addressed on the character sheet, which I think is good enough for me. I think that's totally good enough. You can always turn down a question or a relationship if it's not a good fit. While it's great to create a connection with every player, it's perfectly okay if you're not sure about some of them yet. You can always discover your relationship through play. Once connections are complete, you're ready to play. Look, I like that it's on the sheet. That it is on the sheet and that they give you questions to ask. I think it would be cool if they were mechanicized, but maybe honestly a bit too much. It might be a bit too... It might put a tiny bit of too much added salt. Too much added crunch onto this if it was mechanicized. A few too many riders to think about. So I understand. But I like that it's on the sheet. I think that's really cool. And not something I've seen anywhere else. I'm hoping to be able to pitch it to my D&D crew for another campaign that the current DM can play in while helping it stand out as a different thing. I think that is fair, Tai-Tai, yeah. I missed the whole start, so I'm not sure, but from what I've seen is good. I think it's gotten better as it's gone on. I was very overwhelmed when I saw how many pages it had, and if I get too many options, I want to cry. Well, I think, keep this in mind, Soya, is that this is it. At least from what I can tell. Like, this is similar to, like, you know, the Bit D size. And I think a lot of this is sort of like a big list of feats, you know? Like, you have, like, the whole domain deck. That's, you know, those are just big lists of feats. Now, I could be wrong. There could be a lot more mechanics that we're just not seeing yet. But we'll have to see. So far, we'll very much see how long, because we're only on page 30, and it's been 2 hours. But I think that the rest of it is going to go by much faster, I think. That was a glimpse of the sheet. I've been listening to the background while playing Titanfall 2 and just realized I got a gifted sub. I love me Titanfall 2. So when is this coming out, or is it already released? This is beta. Open beta out today. Right now, you're getting the fresh, hot off the presses information. Full release next year, date not specified. I see. I'll get you in the morning if you're still streaming. Nah, I got a hard stop in like 4 hours-ish, 3.5. So definitely not tomorrow morning. But I'll see you later, Jay Hurcum. Okay, let's see. Evasion and armor separate like that. Starts at 9. Okay. Active weapons. Ooh. That's giving me good vibes. That trait and range. The fact that it's assuming that shit has a trait by default, that's giving me good vibes. Start at minor, major, severe. Mark 1 HP, mark 2 HP, mark 3 HP. Interesting. Okay. So is that like if you take 8, you mark 2, if you take 13, you mark 3, but then it like resets? I may need to see like an example of this in action. Spend hope, experience, royal mage, not on my watch. Not on my watch is a little interesting. Seems a little vague. Active armor, class feature. Okay. A whispering orb or a family heirloom. Hell yeah. Oh, man. Okay. I like these. Levels 2 to 4. At level 2, taking additional experience. Okay. When you level up, record on your character sheet, then choose 2 available options from the list below and mark them. Increase 2 unmarked character traits by 1 and mark them. I like the aspect of marking them specifically, because then you can deconstruct what you've done at each level up. I actually think that's one of the weaknesses of a lot of systems that I've run, D&D and Blades included, is that it's hard to deconstruct what you have done at each level. Whereas this actually seems like you could probably deconstruct it pretty easily. There still is potentially some areas where it would be a little bit vague, but I thought you'd find this interesting that the Titanfall themed campaign I'm playing in, starting soon, has reverse dies. So 1 is a crit success and 20 is a crit fail. I had to ask the DM, like, was this meant like this or was this just a bad typo? Wait, but knowing all the times a roll 1s, I'm about to rip and tear. Watch me start getting nat 20s for some reason. That is interesting. I'd be curious. Huh. I mean, that's a really specific sort of narrative choice, because it doesn't actually, like, change much. You know, like, it's just, like, swapping the numbers. But it does say something about the tone and the themes in the campaign. That's interesting. We haven't even gotten to the part about horseback chess playing. What? Mega, CR starts streaming their live game of this in 3 hours. Oh, well, perfect then. That was totally unintended. Okay. Domains. Okay. Domain cards. Okay, I want to see this. You gain increasingly powerful domain cards, which provide abilities and spells you can utilize throughout your adventures. Each domain is composed of 5 elements: level, domain, recall cost, type, and effect. Level and domain. These are located at the top left. When you get a chance to choose a new domain cards, you can't choose one with a level higher than your own. Fuck yes. I so badly wish that feats were level gated more in D&D. And I love that invocations are level gated, because it means that you can have cool, powerful invocations that are level gated to, 15, 10, 12, whatever. I love that. I instantly absolutely love it. It also means that, like, as you're looking through your deck, you can think about future stuff while also having, your actual choices limited down. And if you get to a higher level, you can always still choose a lower level domain if you want it, like if it works, which is a nice, it's, again, same thing with invocations. I think the reason I love domains is because they're very similar to invocations, and I fucking adore invocations. It's just like, hey, what if the Warlock invocation system was bigger and, like, segmented based on class? Chef's kiss. I would love that. But, like, sometimes as a Warlock, I will absolutely choose one that, is not maybe the highest level gate that I could get. Oh, yeah. Absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. The top right of the card lists a number next to a lightning bolt symbol. This is the card's recall cost. Once you reach level 5, you'll have more cards than you do space in your loadout. Sort of a spell slot situation, it sounds like. Okay. When you want to move a card from your vault to your loadout, you'll either need to do so during downtime or mark the number of stress indicated to swap it immediately. Oh, so it's kind of going after like the prepared casting sort of mechanic. I mean, this is very reminiscent of 4E, from what I understand of 4E. I've never actually looked into D&D 4E a lot, but this sounds a bit reminiscent of like, you know, marshals have powers just like spellcasters, etc., etc. Look, like I said, I've heard that 4E was actually cool if you didn't go into it expecting too much. And I think that these domain cards are going to have a very similar feel of like, yeah, some of them are spells, some of them are abilities, maybe some of them are sometimes passives. And you can either hot swap them with stress or you can swap them during downtime. I think that's awesome. I think that's really cool. Also, having stress be something you can spend. Not something I was expecting. But, I mean, directly Blades in the Dark-esque. Like, that is exactly how it works in Blades in the Dark, where stress is a mechanic that you spend. So it's interesting. It seems like you will have a lot of resources, but potentially not all that much you can do. Like, it sounds like you'll have, like, a few things you can do. You have, like, your few domain cards. You have, like, your primary and secondary weapon. And then you have your experiences. And that's it. And then you have hope and stress as resources to spend to accomplish those things. So it sounds very narrow in the amount of mechanics and resources, but also very broad in what you can access, which I think is cool. I think is cool. And man, I do like it. I do like it a lot. You can freely swap during downtime, but on the fly, movement swapping has a cost. That sounds kind of cool. Yeah. I am really liking it. It's like if you could swap prepared spells, but it has a cost. Narrow but flexible. Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's the big thing of D&D is like broad but rigid. But I also, one of the things I like about this, and it's actually something that I talked about in my Druid rework video, where I totally like reworked the 1 D&D version of Druid, is one of the things that I think is amazing about invocations, and something that I'm getting here, is that level ups feel impactful. You have a lot of important choices on level up. Every level up is an important choice. But the actual in-game execution of stuff is a lot simpler. Like, the in-game execution of this is, I have my experiences, I have my domain cards, that's it. So, like, the in-the-moment execution is simple, and you move all of that complexity. You move, like, all of the different cards you have to read out of session. So, like, you think about Keyleth in Critical Role. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Glitch Revenant. Welcome. You think about Keyleth, or Scanlan, or Tiberius. You know, these people with tons and tons of spells in D&D, where they have to constantly be reading through the equivalent of cards. I mean, literally, you can buy, like, spell cards for D&D. You're having to read through dozens of them. Remember what all of them do in the moment. And, like, part of the benefit of being a spellcaster is that you have such a wide variety of abilities, but that really increases the level of difficulty within the session. Whereas you can have that same wide variety of abilities, that plethora of options, but you can limit how many players have access to at any given time. So you say, okay, yeah, you have a wide plethora of abilities, but you only have access to, I mean, like maybe like 5 of them in general and like 4 of them in the moment. So that it is a lot easier to remember exactly what you have and for you and the DM to like coordinate that. And for the DM to be much more not available, much more aware of the player's abilities. Ooh, I like it. Ooh. I mean, it's not a shock. It's not a shock that I'm loving the domain system based on my love for invocations, but man, am I liking it. It only goes like that. Oh wait, Glitch Revenant. Due to using D10s and below with the reactor of the mechs. Ah, I see. We roll reactor die starting at 10 and decreasing as you go. You have a chance to overheat your reactor and downgrade. Basically incentivizing being hit conservative with reactor abilities. I see. Fair enough. Oh no, you got slapped by Nightbot. Nightbot is rude, man. Nightbot will really slap. Yeah, you're absolutely... Oh, derp time zone. All right, gotta bounce. See you later, Tai. I hope you take the time to try this out and give some thorough feedback, because the way you analyze game/GMing, I suspect you have a well above average valuable input. Thank you, Timpanist. This is the sort of thing where, like, I've talked about how I'm not really interested in, like, doing an actual play. This is absolutely the sort of thing that I would love to play on stream. Of like, okay, we're doing like one, like a limited series, or we're doing a one shot with the specific purpose of testing out this system or what have you. I would love to DM and play this. I'd be really, really interested the more I read. Of course, you could always append the links to this VOD, etc. in your survey response. Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, man, I would have to really reorder things because I would want to do it pretty quick. I'll have to think about it. It's cool, though. I will say that. I have those spell cards. They're amazing. Oh, spell cards are great. Let's do it, Mega. We've been dancing around this idea all stream. Yeah, I just have to... I have to move some things back if I'm going to do it. That's the problem. I either have to move things back, I have to... not prep for my actual game that I'm running at home for like my home players, or I have to move Unseen Campaign stuff back, which I've already done once, or I just have to work like a motherfucker, which might be the solution, honestly. We'll see. I don't know. We will see, because I'm really interested in it. Stream playtesting with analysis. My guessing is that there's a surprising amount of TTRPG system nerds who would be into that, actually. Oh, I so agree. Something that me and Ryan have talked about is, like, not enough homebrew and modules come with a video about them. Like, the easiest way to learn a board game in the modern era is to look up someone playing it. And the same should go for TTRPGs, whether it's homebrew, supplements, what have you. So I love that Critical Role is pairing this release with them actually going out and playing it. I think that's absolutely the best way to teach someone a new game. Make that strength check, baby. Let me know if you want help. I know it's a lot. I mean, it's one of the things where, like, it's all stuff I want to do. It's just who's got the time. Where's the time come from in the day? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll have to think about it. Give it a think and maybe do a Discord YouTube community poll. AKL, I'm very hyped for this right now, but it may be a minority. I think people would be into it. I would just need to coordinate. My ambitions always go higher. So, like, my head is always like, man, I don't just want to DM this for the community. Because that is like a very straightforward, very easy way to do it that makes a lot of sense. But I have a stupid brain worm in my head that's like, no, you got to take it higher. You gotta take it more. So I'll think about it. I'll have a think off stream. I'll talk about it with off stream folks. Okay, each card's type appears in the center of the card. Ability. Abilities are typically mundane as opposed to spells, which are magical. Grimoires are unique to the Codex domain and are a collection of smaller spells bundled together. Ooh, okay. Some game mechanics only apply to one of these types of cards. Interesting. Very, very interesting. We all want Chronomancy? Oh my god, yeah. Oh, absolutely. The text on the bottom half describes its effects. Sure. When you are targeted by a ranged attack, mark a stress to roll your hope die and increase your evasion against this attack by its value. So I'm wondering, this is an ability that you have. That's how much it... Oh, wait, mark a stress. I fucking totally rolled over it. I was like, what's the cost? You know, what's the cost of this? So stress appears to be a catch-all, like, resource that you can use for a lot of different things. It's very interesting. I think it would also be interesting. This is, again, a way that BitD does it, and maybe what they're taking inspiration from. Stress is a catch-all resource that all of the classes use in Blades in the Dark to, like, perform things or to do things. But it is also sometimes given. So, like, if you fight a ghost, sometimes you get stressed out just by fighting a ghost. So I could very much see it where it is a thing that you can choose to use, but that's a risk because other things can also apply stress. Very BitD of this. A lot of this is very BitD, but there are some very distinct differences that I do think make it very different and novel. So I'm very, very interested in it. Yeah, so swapping the cards happens during downtime. It's a bit more involved and a bit more mechanics heavy than BitD. Little bit more crunchy. So I think it is cutting a nice line between like D&D and BitD. During character creation, you'll choose one of the classes in this section, along with the subclass. Your chosen class grants the following features. 2 of 10 domains, starting evasion score. Each class has its own starting evasion. Very interesting. Damage threshold. Each class has a unique damage threshold to determine how strong your class is against incoming attacks. Class items. Each class has a unique set of items that they begin the game with, and class feature. Each class has a unique move or set of moves you can utilize during play. Very interesting. BitD plus, a little bit. One concern I've heard voiced is that there might be too many different currencies to keep track of. Let me think about what I've seen so far. So there's hope. You don't really need to keep track of fear. I mean, the DM does, but the players don't. So there's hope. There's stress. There's hope and stress, right? Am I forgetting any currencies? I could be wrong, but I mean, I can very much, and I guess HP you could consider a currency, which I totally understand if you're coming from something like D&D. Maybe that seems like, but I mean, that's like essentially what the sorcerer has to keep track of, you know? The sorcerer has to keep track of metamagic points, or what am I talking about? Sorcery points, spell casting slots, and HP. Armor has its own HP of sorts too. That's fair. So it seems like it will be very... I do see that of like, there's the HP threshold, as well as the actual HP, as well as the armor, like, markings that you have to do. There's a lot of marking that you have to do. Like, you very much have to be on top of, like, I mean, but it is similar to like spell slots of like, yeah, you have to mark off like your first level spell slots. But I do see how like, yeah, there's kind of like an armor currency, a stress currency, HP, and HP threshold, and I think that's it. I'm not really seeing that as too much yet. We will see how it comes off in playtesting. But I'm not seeing that as too much quite yet. I gotta pick up a call sign for this Titanfall campaign. Do I choose Viper Alpha or Voodoo Echo or the last one, Prophet Lucifer? Prophet Lucifer's kind of sick. I kind of like Prophet Echo. I kind of like mixing them up. I don't know why, but Prophet Echo speaks to me. Keep in mind, I'm thinking my mech after the Legion Titan from TF2 or the North Star. I'm still torn between the two. I kind of like Prophet Echo, personally. It's minor add, though, not too crunchy to me, but adding some compared to 5e. It's not cap crunch, though. Yeah. I mean, it depends on the 5e class, because, like, some 5e classes have more than others. But most 5e classes, yeah, you have, like, rage charges, or you have key, or you have... I mean, you know, some of them have multiple, though. So, like, druids have spellcasting and wild shape charges. You know, we already brought up sorcerers. So it kind of depends on the 5e class that you played as to how much of an increase this is. But I do see. I think it's an increase no matter what. I think I'll be okay with it, but we'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see. I can see that being too much for some people. I definitely think that that's fair. Prophet Echo kind of has a ring to it. I don't know. I like how armor slots, damage threshold, and stress kind of guide narration of damage. I agree, because I think one of the big things in D&D especially is that the narration of like what HP even means is very vague. Like, I've talked about how I narrate HP, which is different than how Matt narrates HP, which is different than how probably most tables narrate HP. Like, it's very vague, and these are still vague, like no question. But I think that they're good enough to provide a lot of guidance and like framework for that narration, which is very cool. If you're a spellcaster, this is the character trait your subclass uses anytime you're required to make a spellcast roll. Oh, subclass determines spellcast. Okay. Foundation feature. This features the unique move you gain from your subclass's foundation card. All right. Specialization. As you gain levels, you'll have a chance to choose your subclass's specialization card. Oh my god. So there's like 3 layers deep. You get your class, your subclass, and your specialization. And then also eventually mastery. Oh, that's funny. Okay. You know what? We'll look at these when we're actually making a character. Because we could look through some of these now, but I'll wait until we're actually making a character. So what is after all of the character creates? Or actually, let's go look at one. We'll look through just Bard, but we won't look through all of them. So it is Grace and Codex, starting evasion of 9. Damage threshold, minor 3, major 8, severe 13. So the only question I really have on damage threshold so far is that does this build? Or is it just, oh, if you take less than 3 damage, you just don't take any damage? If you take like 5 damage, or is this like building? So it's like 1, 2, 3. Like, you know, you like build up this like chart. I'm kind of interested. I don't know. It allows you to narrate a cinematic turn more without creating a concrete structure. Yeah, I agree, Q. I agree. A bit like Warlock. Oh, it's a bit like Warlock. I love me a Warlock. A romance novel or a letter never opened. Fuck yeah, love it. Class feature. At the beginning of a session, place a d6 on your less than minor equals 1 stress. Oh, interesting. All right, Prophet Lucifer. I always like the choice that has the potential to make religious people the most unhappy. sets at the end. Is that the understanding? So it's like, if the damage you take reaches or exceeds a particular threshold, you lose the corresponding number of HP. So if it's under minor, it's 1 stress. If it's between minor and major, it's 1 damage. Between major and severe, it's 2 damage. Above severe, it's 3 damage. That's interesting. Even that, we're talking about, like, guidance in the narration. That is a very, like, guided way to talk about the effect of any given hit, right? Like a minor cut, like a major gash, or a severe wound, on every single attack. Because I think that's one of the things that I think D&D narration, combat narration, struggles with is, where exactly, like, how do I narrate this, especially given that there's no form of damage mitigation. Like, I think that narration aspect is sort of a struggle, or at least you have to, like, develop your own style as a DM. But these damage thresholds give you a lot of guidance in how to do any given hit, which I think is very cool. Anyone else? Buffer? Oh no. Oh, that's weird. I didn't even get dropped frames. Okay. Odd. Odd. That's really cool. That damage threshold is something I've never seen before. It's very interesting. It's almost a way to, because I saw damage die, right? I saw damage dice, and I was like, damage dice. Seems kind of interesting. But it's almost a way to, like, marry the aspect of, like, doing damage like you do in D&D that just, like, chips away at this health pool with the more narrative, I think, like, wound system of the more rules light stuff, like Powered by the Apocalypse, Blades in the Dark. They have this, like, much more narratively focused wound system. And this damage threshold kind of marries the two together. And it makes armor very significant, like with that damage reduction. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. I think I like it. Because honestly, I think one of the weaker parts of BitD to me, or at least the part that I have the most trouble with as a GM, and, like, I think my players have the most trouble with, is the wound system in BitD. And, like, because it's good, like, it makes sense, but it sort of has the City of Mist problem, where when you take a wound based on the consequence of, like, what happened to you, and then you have to apply that wound whenever you try to do something where you think it would be applicable. It's really hard to remember as a player. It's hard to remember as a DM because you don't want to do it, so it's not something you're constantly reminding yourself of. So honestly, normally I'm a little bit of an HP hater, but I actually think I kind of prefer this, like, damage thresholds and, like, HP system to BitD's wounds. Not to go back on my love, but I kind of like that. That's interesting. I'm missing, like, half the chat messages and only realized after they pop up on screen that I basically repeated someone else's comment. No, I mean, they also go fast. They go fast, Tirk. And Turk, so the comments are from both Twitch and YouTube. Oh, you got there. All good. I will say, if you get the extension, it's a Chromium extension, so it goes on to, like, Google Chrome or any Chromium-based browser. So, like, I use Opera. Any Chromium-based browser, you can get an extension called Truffle, and it will replace your chat with the combined chat. So, shilling, I guess, for Truffle. Not sponsored, but unless Truffle? Unless? I would. Damage thresholds feel nice and give the perfect setup description and roleplay setup. Yeah. Most of my players would eat this up in terms of roleplay. They already try it in 5e. Yeah. The more I look at it, the more on board I get with it. Yeah. Because again, the experience cards, the City of Mist style riders, I think really work when they're additive because your players are constantly looking for excuses to apply them. But I think that they work a lot less when they're negative because then you're asking players to remember the negative thing to make sure that they apply it to themselves. Like, I think it can be a weak part of BitD, for me at least. At the beginning of a session, place a d6 on your character sheet with the lowest number facing up. When anyone in your party rolls with fear, rolls with fear, turn the rally die to increase its value by 1. When you would increase the value above 6, remove the die, describe how you rally the party, and give every character who listens a 1d6 rally die. They can spend this die to roll it and add the result to any action roll, reaction roll, or damage roll. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Very Bardic Inspiration-esque, but it builds based on fear. Kinda interesting. The only thing I'm not sure about, for me personally, if I'm like looking at what to play, I don't know that I necessarily want to play this because, it only gives me the rally die. I'm always, and this is in all games, I'm never someone who is like, oh, based on something bad happening, get this good thing. That is just that. I know that that's a very valid and valuable mechanic. I always think of that as a loser's mentality. I always want to increase the good effects or like increase the bad effects on enemies. I'm never a mitigation guy. So to me, this doesn't appeal to me, but I know that this would appeal to other people. If the rally die hasn't finished this countdown by the end of session, distribute the current value shown on the die as hope amongst your party. Sure. Fair enough. Okay. Wordsmith. Spellcasting trait is presence. Fair enough. Heart of a poet. Once per short rest, when you speak to a person you're trying to impress, persuade, or offend, if you use at least 3 rhyming words, you may add 1d6 to the action roll against them. Fuck yeah. All right. I'm into it. Once per long rest, you can give a heartfelt, inspiring speech. All allies that can hear you clear stress. Sure. I'm interested on short rest versus long rest. Because famously, something that I don't particularly love within D&D. I think that time is already weird, but also I don't know what short rest or long rest mean yet. I don't know how abstract they are. So we'll have to see. I'm curious about this short rest, long rest business. Because that is that's a vague way to put it. Could be more vague or less vague than I'm thinking initially. Your moving words can boost the morale of the group. When you use your skills as a linguist to raise a member of your group up, once per session, you can do the following. Allow them to find a mundane object or tool they need. Okay. Help an ally by spending a hope as usual, but roll a d8 instead of a d6 for your advantage die. Okay. Give them an additional downtime activity during a rest. Wow. I like once per session. Once per session is interesting. Because so we have kind of 3 time periods at which your stuff can recharge. It seems like. Once per short rest, once per long rest, and once per session. Once per session is interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. I'll have to see more of the features that utilize it. It's definitely interesting, but it is very gamey. You know what I'm saying? Like, it kind of takes it out of the narration. Because sometimes your sessions will last significantly different periods of time within the fiction of the story. And so I feel like making any feature once per session is kind of inherently pulling back the curtain a little bit. On like, hey, this is a game. Look at this. Because you can use this specialization feature fucking 3 times during this house dungeon crawl that lasted for 3 sessions. But in like a, in like a world building session where we traverse like 3 weeks, you can only use this feature once. Little interesting. I don't know. Anything based on rests is always gonna, rests or session is always gonna be a little wibbly wobbly. So I'm interested to see this further. I don't necessarily think that D&D does this better, to be clear, but I'm not seeing this as a huge improvement. Rally die and distribute. The rally die you distribute increases to a D10. In addition, whenever you help an ally, when you narrate the moment as if you were writing the tale of their heroism in a memoir, your advantage die to help them is a D10. Fuck yeah, dude. That's very funny. Play the Troubadour. Spellcasting trait is presence. Oh! So they're both presence. Interesting. It does future-proof it, though. Like, tying the spellcasting trait to subclass, even if they're the same right now, does future-proof for, future releases, which I do like. When you select this foundation, describe the instrument you use to produce the music. You may perform each song once per long rest. Each song. Relaxing song, you and any close allies heal 1 hit point. An epic song during battle, you may make a target temporarily vulnerable. Heartbreaking song, you and any close allies take a hope. All right. Your rallying songs help steal the courage of those who listen. Anybody who receives a rally die via your rally ability can also choose to either gain hope or clear a stress. Oh wait, this is just the other subclass. Okay. Interesting. All right, and then we're on to Druid. I think we're gonna skip over the rest of the characters. We'll maybe go over them a bit more when we create a character. Okay, so that's all the classes. Let's go look at an ancestry. And see what it is like. Each ancestry has an ancestry feature. Let's see. Clank. Clanks are sentient mechanical beings built from such materials as metal, wood, stone, and clay to resemble humanoids, animals, or even inanimate objects. Like organic beings, their bodies come in a wide array of sizes and may change and adapt based on time and need. Okay. Purposeful design. Design who you were created by and for what purpose. When you generate your experience at character creation, choose one that reflects this purpose and add a +1. Ooh. I do like that. Also, why did the music stop? I just realized that I didn't have my earplug in. Oh, we were just between songs. I hadn't had my earphone in, so I couldn't tell if music was still playing or not. Okay. So that's interesting. So a little bit of a buff to experiences, or at least one of your experiences. That's cool. That's very interesting. Daemon. When you roll with fear, you may choose to mark a stress instead of the GM gaining fear. Interesting. You have advantage on rolls to intimidate other non-daemon creatures. Okay. You know what? That had 2, but I'll give it a pass. I like that most of these only have 1. I would much... this one has 3. I don't know about that, Fairy. I would much prefer everything to just have 1 powerful thing rather than multiple. It looks like most of them do. It looks like Fairy's the most egregious outlier. Interesting. Okay. All right. I like it. I like that. Let's see. Community. What does community give you? Ratchet and Clank, here we come. Precisely. Community describes the culture or environment. Each community gives you a community feature. Highborn. You have advantage on any rolls you make when consorting with nobles, negotiating prices, or leveraging your reputation to get what you want. Take an extra handful of gold at character creation. Is a handful? Is that the technical term? An extra handful? I mean, I don't know how they measure gold. It could be in abstract terms like that, which is fair enough. Interesting. Fairy only has 2? I thought I had 3. Was I making fun of Fairy unjustly? It has wings. Oh! I saw the stress right here and thought it was a 3rd feature. That's on me. That's on me. So it only has 2. You know what? I think as long as they stay below 2, I'm down. I'm down. What's that? Okay, fair enough then. Let's see. Okay. I like this. I like the very like modular where it's just, but again, it's modular. There's a lot of options, but each of them give you like one very, tight, very narrow ability. That's like, you do this thing and you do it well. So it makes all the characters feel very different, but without really upping the complexity a lot. Without giving you, a ton of shit to have to keep track of. Additional player tools. Okay. You can read over those later. Playing an adventure. Let's do that. The flow of the game and playing an adventure. In a session of Daggerheart, the players go back and forth describing what their characters do in the fictional circumstances as the GM lays them out for them. The mechanics help mediate that and resolve moments where it's unclear what will happen next. One of the most important aspects of this conversation is asking questions. In Daggerheart, this should go both ways. Players will often ask clarifying questions about the scene. Love it. GM either provides the answers or tells the player to roll to determine the answers. But the GM should also ask questions of the players and build upon those answers to create the fiction. How do you sneak around this building so carefully? What does the camp you've set up here look like? You found a way to scramble up the walls safely. What was here that made it easier than you anticipated? That's interesting. Yeah, much more collaborative. Very cool. I like that. For those familiar with role-playing, the flow of this game is probably not something that comes second nature, but for those new, is probably something that comes nature, but for those new, it may not. GM narrates details, players and GM ask questions, players and GM answer, choose and resolve actions, repeat cycle. Okay. Example, I'm curious as to when we proc a roll. That's what I'm more curious about. Emerson's character has been caught trying to pickpocket an important letter off of a noble in a busy market square in a medium-sized town. How many guards did you say this lordling had? Emerson asked. 2 right there with him, and you suspect that there's another 2 out of uniform a bit back in the crowd. Great. I'm by an alley, right? I want to back off and find a place to climb up to the rooftop before anyone can catch me. Sure thing, the GM says. Based on the situation, they decide the PC doesn't need to roll to accomplish what they want to do. You're fast, and the noble noticed you rather than the guards, so you can scramble up without a roll. The guards will be following you, though, and once you're all up on the roof, they're going to pull their crossbows and start shooting. How close are the buildings here? Could I run and leap across the next building's roof? Next building's roof. Next building's roof. Not that far apart, the GM says. Certainly not any wider than what you're used to from growing up on the downside. That'd be an agility roll to escape across the rooftops. But heads up, if you don't succeed here, you'll probably take some serious damage from the fall. It's a long way down. Emerson has a +2 agility and also chooses to spend a hope to use the +1 experience scoundrel here to make the leap. I know it's dangerous, but I can guarantee I've done this kind of jump before. He gathers all 3 of his character tokens to represent the agility and scoundrel bonuses, then rolls duality and the tokens together. The hope die lands on 10 and the fear lands on 4, so he rolls with hope. He combines the values together for 14 and also adds his 3 character tokens for a total of 17. Okay, so the hope and fear die. I was kind of thinking about this at the beginning. Having the 2d12 is very interesting. I think that this system, just in general, at base, will actually be a lot more, how do I say this, controlled than D&D. A lot less random. Because yes, you're gaining hope and fear, but like the GM chooses when to use fear. The players choose when to use hope. And the 2d12 nature of things is going to lead you towards a 12, what would it be? Not 12 and a half. It'd be 6.5. So 13. You're going to be rolling 13 way more often than you're rolling 10.5 on the D20. You're just going to get the average a lot more. Hope and fear are being generated at similar rates. So in general, you are going to have a lot less swing within the dice themselves but you're constantly generating things that you can actively use to swing things back and forth. So you can use hope to swing. The GM can use fear to swing. Like, it is a much, much more controlled experience than something like D&D skill checks, which is very interesting. It's very cool. It is semi-reminiscent of, like, a more Blades in the Dark, with, like, most of the time in Blades, you are rolling, you're going to end up getting, somewhere in the middle, sorry, I'm fumbling my words. Most of the time in Blades, you are going to be rolling that middle, success tier of you do it, but there are consequences. That's, like, most of Bit D shtick. This is sort of similar, where you are going to be rolling towards that middle. Major failures, major successes, less often. Scoundrel's an interesting experience, very bendable. Yeah, it's very bendable. It's not a mechanic. I do like Scoundrel as an experience. That does feel good. Spencer said your character is generally competent. Plus, the highs and lows are rarer, and so can be more dramatic is the intent. Oh, yeah. I absolutely think you're right. Got to listen at work, got you in my ear. Hell yeah, Tai. Yeah, certainly. So I think that, yeah, you're going to see... I think I like, again, this system more than like a D20 system, because the higher levels of competency are going to bear out. And I like it a lot more than crit failures or crit successes, because those feel a little bit too random, right? Like, the big highs and big lows in this system are still going to be big, but they're going to be rarer, and thereby, I feel like more appropriately random. Like, if you roll fucking Snake Eyes on your D12 and you get a 2, that feels like, oh shit, major fucking failure. You know, that's very unlikely. What is it? 1 out of 12 times 1 out of 12, 12 times 12, 40, 20, 144? 1 in 144 chance, as opposed to 1 in 20. So those major ends of the scale are going to be much more impactful when they actually do get hit. So I like that. I personally like that a lot. Let's see. I also am a general fan of no insta success or insta fails. But heads up, let's see. I know it's dangerous. Oh wait, anyways. Combines the values together, adds his 3 character tokens for a total of 17. Because his hope die rolled higher than fear, Emerson tells GM, I rolled a 17 with hope. The GM nods. 17 is higher than the 15 difficulty they had in mind. And success with hope means that no meaningful consequences for the action. Oh! So that is kind of the cut of, if you roll with fear, there is a consequence even if you succeed. That's interesting. That is interesting. I think rolling Snake Eyes in this system is a critical success. Really? That's a little silly. That is a little silly. If that's the case, I don't know about that one. That would not be appealing to me. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, that's more than enough to escape the guards. They're armored and trying to take shots, but none of them get close to you, and you're not good enough, and they're not good enough at jumping to risk a fall. By the time you're 2 blocks away, you've completely lost them. Make sure to take hope for that roll, but now that you're further away from the noble and his letter you were trying to nab, what do you do? So this is very Bitty-esque. This is very like, you know, there's no turn-based nothing here. It is the results of what the enemies do are entirely based on what you do and what you roll. So he's saying, you know, there's no consequences because a success with hope means no consequences. So there might have been consequences, like the guards hitting him, or something along those lines, or at least taking shots at him, if he had rolled with fear. So that's a way that, so they're doing, again, very Bit-D style of, you don't need turns if the enemies, what the enemies accomplish and what they do is based on the player dice rolls. Then you can have it be totally turnless. Monopoly rules, baby. Any pair of numbers is a crit. Oh, any pair. Whoa. So that's 12 out of 144. So I guess... Is that just a 1 in 12 chance? I don't feel like I'm doing my math right. That doesn't sound right. But weird. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll have to see. What can I do on my turn? The game has no turns, you fool. Players don't have a set amount of actions they can take or things they can do. Instead, everyone should follow the fiction to figure out what happens next, bouncing around the table to whoever it makes sense to spotlight in that moment. Feels very Critical Role. Makes sense. They will describe their move, what their character is doing in the scene. If something they describe requires a roll, then the player pauses and makes the roll. Certain roles or other situations can prompt the GM to make a GM move. These are specific types of actions the GM takes to advance the story. For a full explanation of GM moves, see Making Moves. Since Daggerheart relies on a flexible back-and-forth conversation, there are no combat rounds to worry about. However, in combat scenarios that have the potential to last more than a few rolls, or any scene where moment-to-moment gameplay becomes important to track, you can use the action tracker. Very interesting. Also, backgammon, lots of games reward doubles. True enough. Core mechanics, the duality dice. Let's see. Represent the way the world pushes back the character or guides them forward throughout the story. Regardless of whether you succeed or fail on an action roll, your duality roll will influence how the scene evolves. Rolling, hope, and fear. You mark one of the hope has things to do. Critical successes. Whenever you make a duality roll, if both die roll the same number, you automatically roll a critical success, even if you would have otherwise failed because the total is lower than your roll's difficulty. This also counts as a roll with hope, but not only do you gain hope, you also clear a stress. That's a lot. I don't know. I don't love that. Personally. That feels just as random as, crit successes and crit fails. And also there's no crit fails. Yeah, that might be the first thing that I've read that I'm like, oh, that's something I just think I straight up don't like. That's just... Because am I right about that that's a 1 in 12 chance at that point? Because there are 12 possible rolls where that happens out of... And did I do my math right? Is it out of 144 possible rolls? So that would be 1 in 12. I don't know. CR is playing a session of Daggerheart tonight. Yeah. They're playing it, I think, starting at like 3 or 4 hours. The action economy has a very high probability of quiet players to just get completely overlooked. Somewhat, Soya. I mean, this, if you've never played a turnless system, I can very much understand that fear. And it is something that I have to consider when DMing Blades, because Blades is the exact same way. But I don't find that they play in 6 hours. I see. Okay. I don't find that it is significantly different than something like D&D. Because even the quiet players in D&D are just going to kind of do their thing on their turn. They're still going to be quiet regardless of if they're forced to have a turn or not. And so, that is something that I was a little bit worried about with Blades in the Dark. And it could just be my personal table. But I have not seen that be really a significant factor at our table. At least a significant factor of difference, I would say. I'd say that I have the same issues and successes and things I have to consider at both systems. So that's not something I'm too worried about. Using hope. Once you've gained hope, you can either help an ally, utilize an experience, or activate a hope feature. I'm assuming that's like a domain card that has like hope on it. I've seen the argument made that some shy, quiet players enjoy combat more because there's more structure helping them do stuff. I mean, that is certainly fair. And I think that just in general, like, there is more mechanics are going to make it to where you have to improvise less. You have to come up with less. So the more rules light you go, regardless of if it's, turns, initiative, combat sort of system, regardless, the more mechanics and rules heavy you go, the less people have to improv what they do, the less they have to like step outside of their box and like think about it. And so I think that general argument is kind of just hitting on rules light versus rules heavy. Because even if this was turn-based, I mean, if it was turn-based, there would have to be a lot more rules, so it would just naturally make it more rule-heavy. But, yeah, I mean, that is just going to be a thing. It's going to be harder for a quiet person to do, like, an improv game than it is for them to do, like Scythe, the board game, or just a board game in general, right? Board game's going to be easier for a quiet person than improv. Like a literal improv game. So like I don't disagree with you guys. But I think that is just kind of a general facet of more or less mechanics. The more mechanics you have, the more guidance it will provide to quieter folks. But they don't have a set turn where they have a time where others have scheduled quiet time. I mean, yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Again, in my experience, I have not seen the like scheduled quiet time to actually play out in that person doing more or less creative stuff. I do think that there is an aspect of, again, more mechanics, more framework, more assistance being good, but I have not seen it make a significant difference. It's less pressure to interact with everyone new to you all at once and slowly use your character and get to know them and just RP them without forgetting some things in a long info dump, at least during combat, sort of. Yeah, I mean, I think that you could also argue that it is intimidating to be forced to do something. This is just me playing devil's advocate. Again, I don't think there's a huge difference in the personal experience I've had. I haven't noticed a huge difference. But I think it could be argued that if the player doesn't want to do something at that particular moment, that forcing them to do so could be equally as socially draining. Like, you could almost say that having a turn where everyone else has to be quiet and look at them and they have to do something that they feel matches what everyone else is doing, right? If everyone else has been doing these really descriptive, flowery turns, and then you, the quiet person, go up and can't think of anything, and you just hit with an axe, that could almost make you feel more like anxious about it. Whereas if you don't have a time where you have to go, you can wait until it really feels right for you. So I think I don't think either is better or worse. I think they just have advantages and disadvantages. And like I said, I haven't really noticed a huge difference. I think structure does help for quiet, but the experiences system provides that kind of structure to the game in a more flexible way. There is also the experiences system. That's true. The experiences system does provide some amount of that sort of structure for you. So if they want to think about what to do, the other players probably will have just barreled past before they had time to finish thinking. Well, and I think we might be talking about different kinds of quiet people. Like, if you're someone who is quiet because you want to really think through what you're going to do rather than just barreling forward, right? If you're someone who's like a lot more patient and slow, that is different from someone who is nervous to speak. Like, there's a lot of different kinds of quiet players is more what I'm getting at. And I think that this might benefit or disincentivize different kinds of quiet. Like, people that are quiet for different reasons. It can be intimidating just to be thrown in the spotlight. You can pass or hold. You can pass or hold. But in the puzzle of, like, D&D combat, a lot of times passing and holding is not even close to optimal and might be actively detrimental and might draw even more attention to you. Like, trying to speak up into the chaos is even worse than getting asked and saying I hold action or something if they have nothing. Also, they have other players' turn to think about. Yes, and I think Sawyer, it really depends on the type of table you're at. Like, yeah, if you're at a table with 7 people, that is a lot of chaos to speak out into. I run tables with 3, sometimes 4 people. There's a lot less chaos. Like, even if 2 people are talking directly to each other, it is easy enough for a third person to jump in there. So that is another thing. Like, when you're talking about, like, speaking up into the chaos or another player barreling forward, I do not have nearly that type of experience, but that is because of the player count, I think. Like, yeah, a Critical Role is going to have much more of what you're describing, of, like, someone just fucking doing something. Whereas a smaller table with less people, there's more planning time. I think it also depends on how much you encourage over the table talk versus not. Like, if players don't feel like they can collaborate, because, you know, we're pretty, if you're pretty, you know, if you put a lot of, like, tamping down on, like, over the table talk or meta talk, I think you will get a lot more people that just barrel forward, just choose something to do. Whereas, again, at my table, it is normally pretty collaborative. Of, like, people are like, oh, like, should we do this? I don't know. And it gives people a lot of time to think. So, yeah. I don't know. I can see what you're saying, but having run both of these types of systems of, like, D&D and BitD, which BitD is even more loose than this. Well, maybe about the same amount of loose. I have not seen a significant difference. Passing and holding can easily have people turn against you in combat, especially in a critical fight. Yeah, Deadly, that's what I'm saying. Getting to know your table. 7 is a lot, prefer around 4 to 5. Yeah. 7's a ton. I mean, I talked about it constantly during, like, the Underdark arc. I was like, oh my god, they have 8 people. How is Matt ever going to handle this? This is insane. I mean, talk about speaking out into chaos. I can't imagine. I would hate to run at an 8-person table. I have done it, like, once or twice and hated it. You can potentially stay up on combat tactics and character abilities and get really good at that in prep in a way you can't with social roleplay. That's, to some degree, yes. Yeah. But then I don't think that, like, if you're a quiet person essentially reading off of a script or, like, a mental script, I don't know that that's significantly different than not, like, I know it's different than participating, but if you're just regurgitating other people's things and not having your own, like, new, unique things, I think that's not substantially different than, you know, just not knowing what to do. It appeals to a lot of people on the spectrum. Yeah, I mean, that is fair. And again, I think that more mechanically heavy games are just in general going to appeal to more of, like, that, like, group. And so you probably just don't want to go rules light, you know, because rules light is going to force you to do that sort of thing. It's kind of like what we were talking about in D&D. Like, D&D's social and exploration pillars for GM and for player do not help you out. They do not help you out. You have to determine as a player, as a DM, fucking everything. Consequences, benefits, all of that. That all has to be improv'd in the moment. And if you're not comfortable with improv, you gotta choose a system that is going to provide as much help and as little, as few requirements for improv as possible. Or at least in the areas where you care about it, right? You got to really stay away from those more ambiguous things. Even when coming back to the table, a lot of LFG posts had 6 PCs looking to add 1 or 2 more, and that's intimidating being the new PC. Oh my god, yeah. At a table of 6 already? Don't feel obliged to read or respond to all my comments. Oh, I mean, I just like responding to comments. I just like reading and like talking. It can be easier to speak up if you feel like the moment matches up well with your character's speciality. The character creation of the system seems to encourage that, which would make it easier to step in. I do think that there are a lot less options, which could theoretically make it easier to step in. I agree. Kind of like Vax really wanting to step into Sneak or to Lockpick. This system seems to encourage that level of specialization that like the Rogue has, and would, I agree with ARO, prompt more stepping up because like, oh, this is my thing. This is my moment. Now you could say that, you know, that doesn't necessarily make up for, like, you could still say that it's a net negative or net even. I think it is probably looking at like probably a net even. But I haven't played this system. I don't know how it runs. And I'll have to see. Using hope. Help an ally. You can spend 1 hope to help an ally who is making an action where you could feasibly aid them. When you do this, describe how you're helping and roll a d6 advantage die. Sure. They can add the result to their action roll, so I'm assuming disadvantage would be given by, like, fear sometimes. If more than 1 PC wants to help an ally, each spends a hope to roll a d6 advantage, and the highest result among those advantage is added to the action roll. Okay. That feels a little bit over... I don't want to say, like, over-complicated, but it's like, that is, like, kind of one more mechanic to remember. The only thing I'll say about this so far is that there are a lot of disparate sort of mechanics floating around. So I know someone mentioned the resources earlier, and one thing that I've always said about D&D, one of the things that I think is really slick about D&D, and sorry, I got distracted. One of the things about skill checks is in D&D is just like the strict D20 system and the straight advantage disadvantage. It's so clean. You never have to think about like how many I'm rolling or like any like weird edge cases. And I think that there are a lot of weird edge cases with this. Like, when you roll your duality, you might roll hope, you might roll with fear, you might get a crit success, which then means that there's hope and you clear a stress, but also you can help, which gives you a extra pool of die, but that pool of die is additive unless you have multiple in which you take the best of them, and that one is additive. Whoa. There's a lot going on. There's which is okay. Like, it seems like this is where they, for lack of a better term, this is where they spent their mechanics. You know, I was talking at the beginning about like there's going to be mechanical depth somewhere. This is where they spent it. Is how you actually construct the final result of a die and what that result even means. Like, that's where they spent a lot of their mechanical budget, you could say. So, on the other end of that, you have something like Blades, where the actual way that you build out your die pool is super fucking simple. But the way that the DM determines the equivalent of DC is much more complicated. There's the position, there's the effect. These positions are effect are based on quality, both of the challenge and of the PC tools. Like, determining that position and effect for a GM is about the equivalent of trying to determine your fucking dice pool in this. So it's interesting to see where they've put the complexity. It's very interesting. The GM, very simple. Set the DC. The players, on the other hand, think about the D12s, the hopes, the fears, the helpings, the utilizing experiences. That's where they put all of the complexity. Which, once this is second nature, could be very fun. Could be very interesting. Just call us as it is, autistic. But I don't see a particular expression. Yeah. I mean, I have heard varying things from. I am not autistic or on the spectrum or however you would want to say it, but I have heard that it is not as straightforward as like one is preferred and one is, the not. So, I feel like whatever people want to use, as long as they're trying to be respectful, but it's not my community. And I enjoy wordplay. Utilize an experience. Yeah, we've seen that. Activate a hope feature. Spells and abilities may also allow or require you to spend hope to activate certain effects. A hope feature is any effect that asks you to spend a hope to activate it. If the test instructs you to spend hope, that means you must immediately spend the specified number of hope or you can't trigger the feature. Which is interesting because this takes away, this is like taking away from your resource pool that you might use to help an ally or to utilize your experience. So when you're taking a hope feature, it had better be impactful because you're not going to be able to do these two things, or at least not as regularly, right? So that's interesting. Let's see. Using fear. As a player, rolling with fear doesn't mean your action roll failed. See action rolls. But you'll face some type of complication. For example, you might only learn partial information, face a strike from the enemy you just attacked, or encounter an unexpected danger. If you also failed on the action roll where you rolled fear, you'll instead face major consequences or complications. So there's essentially 3 different result state. The able-bodied who insist on using differently abled. We try to ditch Asperger's, but still refer to it as depending on the... I mean, I think this is... I definitely appreciate the, the conversing. But this is a pretty deep well of conversation, I think. that is probably not going to be resolved within a text chat, I mean, feel free to go to go with whatever you guys want, but I don't think we're probably going to come to an understanding. Even though I know you guys aren't like, being like hostile or aggressive to each other, but there's probably not going to be like an obvious understanding there in text chat. I think I like the D12 system at its core. It introduces more variation internal to each roll. The frequency of rolling will determine how robust these collected mechanics are in practice. I think so. There's something kind of interesting here of like, I was talking earlier about how the system seems very controlled to a degree. How like you're going to be hitting those averages a lot more often. You're going to be you're going to be getting a lot more of that kind of middle, and then you can use fear or hope to essentially modify the results. But if rolling with fear essentially is part of what determines if that's part of what determines the roll state, because nothing that you can do using hope or anything, those all just modify the final result. So whether or not you beat the DC. So there's a very interesting thing here of like, you kind of have like 3 result states, right? Wait. What? Don't show me this again. Stop it. There we go. I don't know why it's blue though. What the heck is going on? Okay. You essentially have like 3 result states, right? There is fear and fail. There is fear and succeed. And there is hope and succeed. I guess there's also hope and fail. So actually, wait. Which I wonder how that works into it. So I guess there's actually 4... Wait, let me think about this. There's success and hope. There's success and hope, fail and hope, success and fear, fail and fear, and crit. So there is crit, there is hope and success, there is... Oh, wait. These actually... I don't know what the difference between failing and fear rolling is, but we can generally... So this is fear and success. This is hope and fail. Oh, wait. No. God damn it. I'm struggling to write these out. We're gonna go with hope first. We're gonna go with hope and success. Well, I guess crit is hope and success. Oh my gosh. Okay, the states of this are kind of weird. So there's a crit, or there's hope and success. Then there's this kind of middle area of hope and fail, or fear and success, or fear and fail. So there's kind of 5 different outcomes, but they seem to be, I would think, generally in like relatively similar buckets, right? 2DX will always be more dependable mathematically, which is a big step up from 5e. I mean, it's much more... Again, it's much more controllable, right? You've got an actual like probability pyramid rather than a probability table. So it's going to be much more reliable results, much less random. Yeah, I totally agree, Mr. Fizzer. There are 5: crit success, success with hope, success with fear, failure with hope, failure with fear. Yeah. 5 outcomes is more variation than the binary pass-fail of most D20 or TTRPGs. It totally is, but the thing that I was interested on, right? I would say hope and fail is below fail and success, since it is still a failure from my understanding. Step away from 5e. Step away. Yeah, you're totally right. So you'd say hope and fail is below fail and success. Okay. So we'll do fail and success, hope and fail, and then fear and fail. Okay. The thing that I am looking at here, right? In something like D&D, where if you are taking no optional rules, you have binary, you have success and fail. You can add things like advantage or disadvantage to tip this scale one way or the other, right? From everything that I've seen, the only thing that you appear to be able to affect is the final result. So all you can affect is this fail or success state. And that does tip you into like the top half, it looks like. But this variety, I'll have to see how equivalent these are. because it is essentially saying that, like, where you are, like how hard you fail is still sort of up to chance, up to fate, because it's not actually very doable to control at all the fear or hope values. So I think it'll really depend on what the difference between these two middle states is, right? But all in all, you're going to be on the top. Oh God, that's not good drawing at all. You're going to be on the top end of the scale much more often because there are 3 states that are sort of on that top end. And you can control the failures and success rates. But you can't control the fear or hope. Which is interesting. It's very, very interesting. I have to mull over it a bit more. What up, Ghost Man? How you doing? Advantage and disadvantage C shifts success, not meta currency. Is success with fear immediately bad? From what I understand, success with fear is you succeed in your goal, but there is some manner of consequence, is how they have talked about it so far. So when this happens, even if you succeed on your action roll, there are consequences or complications that come from it. So fear success is worse than hope success. And you have no control over these two. So it's sort of changing the randomness. You know what I'm saying? Like, the idea of crits in D&D, and just the D20 in general, is very random, very swingy, but you can do a lot to affect it with advantage or disadvantage. This is a lot more tight, a lot more controlled, but it is harder to, like, really guarantee this top success state. It is much more likely, it seems, that you will almost always be clustered in this middle state, right? Because even if you fail, you basically have a 50-50 shot of not getting the worst fail, right? Even if you fail, you might get hope fail. But even if you succeed, you might get fail succeed. So in general, you're going to get clustered into this middle, which I will say, again, very BitD. BitD is part of it is built around, like, you will most often be getting in, like, the 5 to 3 range, or the 5 to 4 range. Throwing these crits in here, I don't know, man. It's the only thing I've seen that I'm not super convinced on, these crits. I don't know how much I love them, because it's basically a 1 in 12 chance that you immediately get the top of the scale. Which I don't know. Not only do you get the top of the scale, you also get to clear stress. I mean, it's very heroic. It's very heroic, don't get me wrong. But I don't know that I like it. I don't know about that. Success with fear is what you get when is you get what you want with complication, whereas fail with hope is failure in your goal, but you get a resource to use later. Oh, that's fair, ARO. So yeah, fear with fear success, you still get what you want. So it would still be kind of on the successful side of the scale. Yeah. Blades in the Dark and Powered by the Apocalypse stuff, that's modern game design. It totally is. It totally is. This is just a very interesting incarnation of it, where, like, PBTA and Blades in the Dark are all about building dice pools and taking the highest roll value. I mean, very essentially the help an ally mechanic. So you're constantly, like, when you're in Blades in the Dark or PBTA, you are constantly building towards more likelihood of the best result. Like, every time you spend a thing, you are making it more and more and more likely that you get to here. I think the thing that I'm a little hesitant on, and I'm not even saying if I like or dislike it, I just have to think about it more, is it appears that no matter how much you spend, if you utilize an experience, if you help an ally, if you activate a hope feature, I mean, we haven't read the hope features, so it could be different, but it seems like no matter what, no matter how many you spend, you still have a 50-50 shot. Or not quite 50-50 if you consider the crits. But you still have almost a 50-50 shot of not getting the highest value. And you can never get that percentage down. I think that's the thing that I'm not necessarily struggling with it, but it doesn't seem like there's a good way as a player to delineate between these two. Or not to delineate, but to control or hedge yourself between those two. So, no matter how likely you make a success, there's still like a 50-50 of a complication. Which again, isn't bad. Isn't bad. I just have to get my mind around it. But with that said, it seems like getting into this half is maybe a little bit easier than in something like PBTA or BitD. I'm very confused about how hope fail is better than fear success. Like, what does success even mean if fail is better? I think it's the opposite. Fear success is better than hope fail. Fear success. So fear success is success with a complication. Hope fail is fail, but you get a hope fail is you get a resource later, even though you failed. I think it's like 1 in 24, but advanced statistics isn't my strong suit. It's very complicated. PBTA isn't about building dice pools, it's about shifting the point of the probability pyramid. To be fair, I have not played PBTA. I just know that Blades is heavily based on PBTA. So I can't speak for that exactly. But I mean the BitD thing is like you build up a pool of D6s and then take the highest. So you're edging closer and closer. You're giving yourself more and more of a chance to roll those higher values. So that's what I was referring to on Dice Pool. I shouldn't have lumped in PBTA there. Because like a 1 in 12 on each die, the difficulty, which is compounded by the difficulty of both having to get that same number. Yeah. I read this randomness as a statement of game philosophy that players can't control hope and fear. The two intermediate examples are results that push narrative into more interesting possibilities. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. And honestly, I could very much get behind this whole system. I think the big thing I'm actually having trouble with overall is the crits. I think I really don't love the crits because they feel so random. One thing that I obviously I'm bringing up Blades in the Dark a lot, but this Blades is one of the touchstones for this. In Blades, the way that you get a crit, so in Blades, a 6, basically you roll a pool of D6s and you take the highest value. So a 6 is a success with no complications. 5 and 4, depending on the position, is a success with complications. 1 to 3 is a failure, or you have to like retry depending on the position. And a crit in Blades in the Dark is if you roll 2 6s. So increasing your dice pool in Blades gets you more and more towards that crit chance, which is you succeed with like an extra benefit. Which is interesting because this crit isn't actually as good as, say, like a Blades in the Dark crit. Right? A Blades gives you something extra on top of succeeding, whereas this crit just gets you the highest possible result. So there's this very like there's this very kind of pyramid shape of like it is most likely that you will land somewhere in the middle, except the chance for a crit really hedges the entire thing towards this more heroic end. Like, this will actually be probably the most likely result when considering the crits. Like, in Blades, you can't get a crit if you're not rolling more than one die. If you're rolling one or less dice, you just can't crit. Which I think is, I like. I like that crits are not just, like, randomly accessible to like, by any stroke of luck. Which I feel like this crit philosophy is almost counter to this middling, hope fail, fear success philosophy. I feel like they're almost a little bit contradictory. But I'll have to think about it more. I could be more persuaded the more I think about it. But I don't know. Yeah, right now, you sort of have this pyramid. But then... you know what I'm saying? Like, this is kind of... It would obviously look different. This is just an abstraction. But it's kind of like this. Because, you know, results are more likely, less likely. Uh-oh, crits making it more likely. I don't know. Kind of weird. Kind of interesting. Damage thresholds and hit points. Hit points represent the physical injuries and discomforts. I think the math is such that the middle cases are not more likely because FF is the same likelihood as HF, and same for F and S. Oh, you are right. You are right. That's actually so true. It's not a pyramid. It is actually more like this. And then probably a slight bump. Oh man, that is weird. It's like this, a slight bump because players can use resources to more easily attain success. And then a bigger bump over there. So it's actually this very heroic type of probability. You know what I'm saying? I mean, depending on where you're putting the you know what? Actually, okay. Oh man, yeah, this is kind of weird to think about. It's almost more like this. It's almost just more like this because this flat line is assuming that the DM perfectly places a DC to be exactly as challenging as it should be. It's actually just kind of like that. which is kind of interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. That is kind of interesting. Fail versus success is determined by, based on the DC, I guess. Yeah. Huh. Fail success is determined by task difficulty. Yeah, it's determined by DC. Yeah, I have to mull over that a little bit more to think about it, how I like it or not. Damage thresholds, and I will say, in general, I like there being more cases. Like, this is double the cases just at base of... anything in D&D, which I like. I think that having more generalized cases is good for creating a more in-depth, skill check, rolling check system. Damage threshold and hit points. Even though I do like the simplicity of D&Ds. I wish that D&D had, like, degrees of success and failure, just a tiny bit more mechanized. Add more mechanics around it. The link may have been scrubbed. Any Dice is a website that calculates probability. I'll have to check it out later. I'm gonna move on. I'll have to check it out later. Hit points represent the physical injuries. Your available HP, sometimes called your available hit points, sometimes called HP, are determined by your class. When you take damage, you may mark between 1 and 3, representing that you've lost that much health. Each class has a certain damage threshold. The dark bars in the hit points and stress section of your character sheet show the 3 tiers of damage you can take. Okay. Yeah. Damage below minor marks 1 stress. Damage of 0 below marks no HP or no stress. Hell yeah. Okay. This is cool. I really like this entire system. This is very, very nice. Anytime you take downtime actions, you have the opportunity to clear some of your HP and stress. Additionally, as you level up your character, you'll be able to permanently increase both your damage thresholds as well as the amount of hit points and stress you can take, making your character more resilient. Very cool. To make the game more dangerous, the table may implement a rule that if the incoming damage on attack is ever double or more a character's severe threshold, the target takes an additional hit point. Fuck yeah. I love me some base optional rules. Stress is the mental and physical strain of the character during their adventures. As with hit points, when you take downtime actions, you have the opportunity to clear some of your stress. Additionally, when you gain levels, you will be able to increase the amount of stress you can withstand. I think that them implementing like robust downtime at base, I think that is just the way that games are going. I think that having a distinct downtime where you can fix things, or interact with the mechanics of the game in a structured way is, I think, where we are going to see a lot of games go. Like, D&D started to approach it, but then there was no limits on the amount of downtimes that you could have compared to other things, which I will be interested to see if there is here. Because, like, BitD is like, you have your downtime actions, and then you don't get another downtime until you do a score. So I'll be interested to see how they handle that. But I like linking things explicitly to downtimes. I think that's good. The percent chance of crit with this system is 8.33% versus the 5 for the D20. So more likely, but not by a huge amount. But the lack of crit fail is what makes it less balanced. I mean, it is very, like, no matter what, and no matter how the exact math works out, this is going to be rolled more often than any of the other things. Which I don't think I love, honestly. Like, I like the idea of it being, more centered in this middle area. I like that. I think that's nice. Yeah, I think if I, just based on reading, I'll have to play it, see how often things happen. I think I would just nix crits. And I kind of like it. If I just nix that crit, I kind of like this. I don't know. We'll see. Downtime mechanics expanding short rest to give player choices of where they improve metal, yellow, first red. Whoa, I don't even know what you're talking about. But I'm interested. So downtime being associated with short rest is interesting. You can always mark stress when you take damage that's below your minor threshold. This reflects the impact on your stamina, both physically and psychologically, as you weather blows, fight to stay on your feet, or maneuver treacherous situations. If you ever can't mark a stress slot because your slots are already full, you instead mark 1 HP. Okay, fair enough. In addition to marking stress when you take tiny amounts of damage, the GM can also inflict stress as a complication or consequence of an action. Love it. This is the sort of thing that I feel like exhaustion was intended to be in D&D, and this is, I think, what it needed to be. Is this kind of negative consequence other than HP damage. For example, you might mark stress when complications result from having a difficult conversation, clashing words with a worthy foe, or committing an act of incredible bravery. The GM might also give you the option of marking stress to avoid an outcome. Stress removes. You might be able to mark stress to perform a certain move that calls for it. Okay, I'm going to move on a little bit. Action rules. Let's see. GM and players go back and forth describing what happens. When the GM or your spell, attack, or ability asks you to make an action roll, you'll do so by rolling your 2 duality dice. These 12-sided dice embody the way the world's chance, luck, and fate play a part in the story. Each action roll follows the 4 basic steps, which are detailed later in this section. Pick a character trait. Ask the GM what character trait best applies to the role, and they will set a difficulty for the role, either openly or privately at their discretion, based on the details of the scene. So this is a little bit more D&D. So the GM determines the character trait and then also sets the difficulty. That's a little bit more D&D-esque. That'll be a little bit easier of a transition over from D&D. Add extra dice and modifier. Okay, roll the dice, resolve the situation. Okay. Pick a character trait, unless there's more to it. Depending on the situation, the GM might tell you what character trait to use, or your move might require you to roll using a certain... Or it might require you to roll using a certain trait. I see. The GM might ask you for more information to help decide. You want to convince this guard. How are you speaking to them? Are you trying to intimidate them or trick them? I love GM asking questions. I mean, I think that this should just be done more in D&D flat out, and I'm glad that they're working it into the system rules and advice. I think that's a nice thing to do. Sometimes more than one trait makes sense. GM might ask you which trait fits best and give you a choice between the two. Oh my gosh, I have talked about this all the time during Critical Eyes. I love this. It's one of my favorite things to do in D&D is to give them a choice. What up, Coop747? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I love this. Like, in general, I actually think I fully prefer the Blades in the Dark style where the player chooses the trait and then the GM just picks essentially the DC based off of the trait that is picked. And as long as like it narratively flows, we're all good. But I think you can keep, most of that by doing exactly what they did here. Of like, okay, the GM asks, it's a little bit of a conversation. Maybe more than one trait makes sense, and they'll give you a choice. I think that's all great. GM sets a difficulty, the number you need to reach when you roll. It's based on the situation and how effective your approach might be. Very, very D&D-esque. I definitely overall, prefer. I prefer the less binary fail or success, but I think that they take care of a lot of that with the fear and hope system. Add extra dice, choosing trait, counting character tokens. We've kind of looked at a lot of this. Okay. Critical success. You get what you want and a little extra. Take a hope and clear stress. If you make an attack roll, you'll also deal extra damage. Okay. Success with hope. Success with fear. You get what you want, but it comes at a cost. Failure with hope. Things don't go as planned. You probably don't get what you want and must face the consequences. Take a hope. Or failure with fear. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, this is interesting. It's a lot more... It's interesting because the 2d12 system is going to make whether you succeed or fail more consistent and like more based on resource expenditure, but you will still have this 50-50 swing kind of within the category. So like this, the success or fail, that is going to be, I don't want to say deterministic, but the players will have a lot more control over that. But where they are on each side of this line, that they are going to have a lot, basically no control over. There's so much stuff to read here. Should I create a character or read the rules? Honestly, I think if you don't know the rules, I would personally find it hard to create a character. I think I'm just now getting to the point where I feel almost comfortable creating a character. But we're getting there. I have not read 103 pages, I'll tell you that. I've read maybe 30, I think. Creating a character without context. I mean, it would introduce you to a lot of the words, at the very least. But, let's see. Story is consequence. There's no such thing as a role where nothing happens, because the fiction should constantly be evolving. Hell yeah. Which, I mean, this is... kind of the essence of do you need to roll in the first place? So earlier, they gave the example of like climbing up onto the rooftops, and the GM just said, you can just do that. Right? So there is always, I agree, and personally, this is also my D&D mantra, is there should never be a roll where nothing happens, unless, like, it's a perception roll. But even then, I like for, if you know, there was, I don't know, it's harder in D&D, and it'll be harder in this, but the thing about this, as opposed to D&D, is D&D does not tell you that a failure means a consequence. This, a failure means that something bad happens. That is like implicit within this system. So if you are trying to perceive something and you fail, something bad happens to you. And that is very much this sort of system, and that is not generally how D&D is necessarily run, because there's a lot more rolling in D&D. So that would be a lot more consequences. And the actual rolling mechanics are a little bit less deep. I personally like this. This is also this like whole, like, you know, even a failure should never mean the character simply doesn't get what they want, especially when that would result in a moment of inaction. Every action the players take should yield some active outcome, something that changes the situation they're in. This is how you get away with, like, having no turns, you know, being like totally turnless. Because even if I say fail a perception roll, that progresses the adversaries. That progresses a negative aspect of the scene that I wouldn't progress otherwise, and is maybe not, like, obviously related to the perception roll, but there's always some sort of consequence, even if it's not necessarily directly related. We did manage to make characters in the closed beta without the full rulebook. Took a bit of puzzling out. Yeah, that's fair. The class packets contain basic references and a step-by-step guide. Oh, that's nice. That is very nice, Timpanist. I found making characters in the closed beta frustrating because of the obscured rules. I mean, I think I can definitely see that. I mean, there's a reason that I chose to read the full rulebook. Hopefully, I'm hoping now that we have the full rulebook, it's like one person has read the full rulebook, probably the GM, and then you give the players, you know, a packet, and there's a lot of, like, references back and forth of, like, the players have the very stripped down version of the rules, and the one person who's read the full rules can provide context. I think that's a decent way to do it. If you fail a roll to pick a lock on a failure with hope, it might mean you can hear the rumble of footsteps coming down the hall behind you. The enemies you narrowly escaped before getting close, and you're going to have to act quickly to find a way through. On a failure with fear, the door might be magically warded to keep thieves away, causing an arcane alarm to trigger. So this is not just, when we were talking about this earlier, you know, we were kind of saying that, like, hope with fear was just you fail and you get a hope. Which I guess is the thing, right? So it is you fail badly, you fail not so badly, you succeed badly, or you succeed well. So there is a very distinct gradient on how bad things are. Like, this is the absolute worst, this is a little bit better. And it's not just that you get a resource here, it is also that this is supposed to be significantly worse than this. So in terms of the actual, like, how bad things are in the scene for you, it is a very, like, linear line. Interesting. Which, I mean, I think that makes sense within everything else that we've seen. Okay. Oh, yeah, example with action roll. I love that they're giving all of these examples. I think that's really cool. I'm curious about the difference here. 10 and 6 plus 2, 18, a success. She immediately gains hope. Then the GM asks her to describe what it looks like as Isabella races across the parapet and interrupts the mage's assault on the party. Since Sarah rolled a success with hope, the GM asks what the players want to do next. Critical success, 8 and 8. It's a critical success. She immediately gains a hope and clears the stress. The GM offers Sarah a choice of 2 extras. She can deal damage to the mage or gain advantage on the next roll against the mage. Sarah described how Isabella races across the parapet and lands the telling blow on the mage. Wow. So critical successes not only... Oh my gosh. They not only get a hope, they not only clear stress, they not only, doesn't matter what you actually rolled, if it actually, cleared the DC, it auto succeeds, and you get extra benefits. Yeah, the more I read it and the more that is, implied by it, I think I would like this if we just go tink, tink. I think I like these. I like all of this. I think I would rather this just not exist. I mean, it is certainly a matter of preference and perspective, but this, this game is supposed to be, I believe they described it as a, explicitly heroic game. Let's see. Let me see how exactly they described it. Because I do remember that they had a very much like a mission statement. It's a collaborative role-playing game set in a high fantasy world, a place of incredible magic. Heroic. They described it as heroic. Which, this mechanic, this crit mechanic, is certainly incredibly heroic. This is going to make your players just succeed in whatever they want to do much more often and with much higher degrees. And they are going to get this failure with fear much less often. Because it is not only a success with hope, it is a success with hope plus plus. It not only gets you to clear that stress, it also gets you extra effects. Which is definitely, it is certainly a style. It is a style I really personally don't like. But if you do like it, it's certainly there. So far, the rules seem overly wordy. I think that this could get edited down a lot before release. I certainly think it could. I like giving examples, but I think some other things could have been removed. They seem to be repeating themselves quite often. Even during the character creation, they mention multiple times that if you don't like this, you can always change it later. They mention that 3 or 4 times. Now, to be fair, it's on separate things, but I think you just put that at the beginning and you're done. And I think that they're restating quite a few things a few times, but I got fucking time. I'm not too worried about it being wordy. I would rather it be over-explanatory than under. Preferably, we get it to a nice middle, but if I have to choose more or less, I'm probably going to choose more. So rolling with hope and fear are also reminders to guidelines to the GM to include also other shit happens in the world from the perspective of a wannabe GM. That's certainly how Blades handles it. And it seems like that is my assumption on how Daggerheart wants you to handle this. Is if there's a if someone rolls a consequence, like a perception check. Obviously, perception I don't think is an explicit thing in this. But let's say, a perception check, and you fail. It is not just that you don't get what you want. It is that there is some negative thing that happens, whether that's with your adversaries or a bad thing later in the world. BitD uses extensive use of clocks for that sort of thing. But yeah, I think that is how you get away with not having enemy turns, is that even on relatively benign actions where a failure is maybe a little bit harder to define, you use the failure of that to push forward something else in the world. That is at least that's how it goes in BitD, and that is how it seems they want it to go in Daggerheart. You know, having really big crits sounds like something more entertaining to watch on stream. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I think the thing that I am really... Because, I mean, BitD has big crits too. I think the thing that I'm not super into is if they're going to have massive crits, I would like them to be less likely than D&D, not more likely. You know, and I also feel like it feels sort of weird to me if you get snake eyes that you crit. Like, I think that just, like, the construction of the crits feels very weird to me. Like, they are so impactful, and they are so big. And you're right, very much good for stream. But they're also pretty likely, and they can proc on, like, weirdly low rolls, which I feel like has a bit of dissonance. From, like, you know, if you see a 1 and a 2, that's bad. That's really bad. 1 and a 2, terrible. If you see a 1 and a 1, that's actually really great. That's, like, the best you could have rolled. It just makes me scratch my head a little bit. I would maybe prefer it if it was, like, I don't know, like, the total that you roll is, like, more than 5 of the DC or more than 10 of the DC. Then that's a crit. I think I would like something a little bit more in that vein than this, you know, totally random 1 in 12 scenario. You could add critical failure, even numbered criticals or successes, odd number criticals or fails. You could. I still think that's just sort of extending the problem of, like, yeah, I don't know. I think, to me, it makes rolling the dice feel more like a slot machine than, you know, than anything else. Because already in D&D, there's a 10% chance that your modifiers, the resources that you spent, mean nothing. In this, there's an 8.3% chance of that, but it's all positive. If you make it to where, I guess if you did what you're talking about, it's still 8 total, but then it's divided into half of them being crits, half of them being fails. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You don't like to be a competent hero in your games. You enjoy struggling more. I actually find the competency aspect is an interesting part of this, because I actually really like the D12s. I like 2D12 as opposed to D20, because I think that encourages the sense of competency a lot. Of, like, you are going more towards that average. You are more likely to be relatively in the middle of that probability pyramid. I think that sort of goes towards the competency aspect. I will say I'm much less into the, like, grand heroics. You know, we're not only are we competent, we are incredible and amazing all the time. I would rather struggle in that aspect. That is fair. Or for his players to struggle more. Oh, yeah. Click on Megastream, immediate BitD comment. Look, this is just inviting it. And they said it first. Critical Role said it first. They listed it as one of their touchstones. I'm justified. MCDM's RPG presently uses 2d6, crit on 2 6s. That feels solid to me. Sure. If we had this exact same setup, if we had the exact setup that is shown here, but it was critical success on 2 12s, I'm so down. I am absolutely down. Or even if you want to make it a little bit more accessible, and you want to say critical success on a 20 plus, like 20 plus on the actual roll. So they're like four out of 144 that can get there, and they get you this huge benefit. I'm also down for that. But this feels not only too prevalent to me, but like I think that one of the reasons that crit successes and crit fails are so widely used in D&D is because they are 1 in 20. It is very evocative. You rolled the absolute lowest possible roll on the die, you fail. You rolled the absolute highest number on the die, you succeed. Like, I think that there is something very evocative about that. To me, having a 1 and a 1, having a 1, 1, and a 12, 12 be equivalent, to me, this is the opposite of evocative. This is actively dissonant to me in my brain. That these two results are the exact same, that feels very odd to me. Just like in terms of like a feel, you know? I can't put an exact finger on it, but I can tell you that for me, a 1 being the exact opposite of a 20 on a D20 feels perfect. Whereas this feels very strange. Kinda back. What up, Mustang? Actually playing a B-Start from MCDM. Oh, nice. Very nice, very nice. So double 10s, 11s, or 12s? Sure, 10s, 11s, 12s. I mean, I think that the reason that you wouldn't do that is because it feels like, kind of weird, like a little bit arbitrary. I think if I were going to approach it that way, I would just say, fuck the 10s and 11s and just go all 12s. Just go all 12s. I actually personally like a certain like plus to the DC. So like plus 10 from the DC. So if DC is like a 15, if your total, including like the hopes, the experiences, the advantage, if your total in this case is 25 or above, then you crit. I kind of like that because I think that it rewards resource usage even above a certain threshold. Like, that is essentially what Blades in the Dark does. Like, Blades in the Dark, you know, you're trying to get a 6 and you have a certain amount of like 3d6, right? You have like a certain amount of d6s to do it. You're still incentivized to potentially add something to that. Like 3d6 to get a 6, or actually it's probably like 6 through 4. But a crit in Blades is 2 6s. So that's a crit. This is like a general success. So with 3d6, you're probably going to get this, but it's unlikely to land this. So there is still a potential incentive to still give like a plus 1d6 to this because you're edging them closer to that potential crit. I like that a lot. I think it's really, really cool that more resource usage not only makes it more likely for you to succeed, but more likely for you to crit. I think that feels good, personally. But if you do want it to be still a bit more random, if you want it to be totally based on the dice, if you want it to be totally disconnected from resource usage, because I think that is a fair thing to want. Like, I don't think that's a crazy thing to want, to have it be totally disconnected. I would go double 12s and call it a day. If I was designing this, I would go double 12s, call it a day. Doesn't have anything to do with resource usage. Always possible, but I think is very evocative. I think you could even make the critical success do even more. Buff it up even harder. And, you know, to make up for the fact that it's only happening a 12th of the time originally envisioned. You know what I'm saying? But that's kind of where I'm at. PF2E having crits on surpass the DC by 10 also rewards stacking bonuses. Mr. Fizzer, I didn't even realize that's how Pathfinder work. Yes, totally down with that. Totally down with that. Exactly. This like plus 10. I absolutely, I want crits to reward resource usage. But again, if you don't want that, I still don't like this. I would rather have something like this. Two sixes is about twice as likely as doubles on D12s. Wait. Yeah, what? No. On all, double six is exactly as likely as double ones, double twos, double threes. All of the doubles are equally as likely. So it's 12 of the possibilities out of, I think, 144. I guess the question there would be, what happens for all the other doubles? Neither hope or fear is higher, so nothing happens. That is true. That is true. You have to come up with what happens. If it's like, what does that mean? You know what? I would say, if it were me, I would say that on all of the, like, 12s are the only critical success, and then all other doubles are the hope version. So if you get double ones and you fail with hope. If you get double sixes, double eights, and you succeed with hope. So ties are hope, and 12s are crits. But you do make a good point that does make it more complicated, Tariq. It does make it more complicated. Their idea of having all doubles just be crits is cleaner. But I think we're already going into a lot of complication on these rolls. I think one more layer to make it a little bit more evocative, I'd go that one step further. But that is a good point, that it does make it messier. It's a very, very good point that I hadn't really considered. I'm liking so far. Oh, yeah. The crit system seems important for the stress resource. Might need another way to get stress back if we cut that down. Maybe. I mean, BitD gets along just fine without it. The only way to clear stress in BitD is during downtime. That's it. Like, stress is just, like, you have to manage it well. So I don't know if you do need another way to clear it. Maybe. Actually, that's not exactly true. There is another way to clear it. It is critting on a resilience roll, but that doesn't really have an equivalent in this. And it's also not that I mean, I guess it's not likely. Basically, the other way to clear stress in Blades is if you risk taking on more stress and then you crit on that roll, you clear stress instead. I don't know. It's definitely interesting. Good point about the stress interaction. It is a good point. I'm reluctant to hack a system. I haven't seen the full breadth of rules or try and practice. Oh, I will absolutely not be changing a lick of it. I will not be changing a lick of it when I playtest it. I will be playtesting it exactly rules as written. But, and we will see. We will see how the doubles feel. Maybe the double itself will be so evocative that I won't even like really notice the number on it. That is possible. But this seems very, very heroic, which I don't love. I'm not loving the mega heroic aspect, but that could also be up for me as a DM to just put them in tougher situations when they have this very heroic chance of success. Trait roll specifies like roll with presence, makes sense. Attack roll. Reference the weapon or spell you're using for the attack to determine what trait it uses. We'll talk more about spellcasting in the next session, but standard for physical or magic weapon attack, use the character trait the weapon requires. Fair enough. Then make the damage roll to determine how much harm you do to the target. That would interact with the damage threshold. All makes sense. That all makes sense. Each attack roll can only target one enemy by default, but if a spell or ability allows you to target multiple, roll once and apply that result to all of the enemies that the attack can hit. Love it. Okay. Unarmed attack combat rolls. When making an attack without a weapon, a punch or a kick, make an attack roll as usual. This attack often uses strength or finesse, but could be any trait, depending on how you describe the attack. On a success, Your damage dice are a number of d4s equal to half your prof rounded up. Fair enough. All right. Seems very similar. Okay. When you succeed on an attack roll against an enemy, you'll make a damage roll to determine how much damage, and thus what tier of HP your attack inflicts on that target. Damage dice used to make a damage roll are generally determined by the weapon. When striking, you'll roll a number of weapon damage dice equal to your prof. After rolling the damage dice, add all their values together, then add any modifiers. The GM will mark the corresponding hit points based on that damage. There's a difference between damage and hit points. Okay. So I'm assuming when it comes to adversaries will have a very, similar damage tier, hit point tier system that PCs have. That makes sense. Critical successes, multiple sources, damage types. There are 2 damage types a weapon or spell can inflict, physical and magic. Love that. I love that abstraction. I do. I would rather have more interesting things. Like, D&D was like, we're not going to give, any of the weapons anything weird. They just have different damage types, at least on the whole. I love genericizing the damage types and giving each weapon like a specific thing or a specific ability. I am much more about that. Direct is physical or magic that automatically hits. Okay. So magic missile, essentially. When a PC or GM deals direct, they don't have to make an attack roll. Okay, so magic missile, sure. Resistance. When a creature has resistance to an incoming damage, they divide the damage in half, rounding up. Rounding up, interesting. If you deal 25 damage, they would instead only take 13. When a creature has immunity, they do not take any damage or stress. Fair enough. When a move prompts a reaction roll, this is a roll in response to a threat or an attack representing the character's effort to avoid or withstand the effect. Okay, fair enough. However, reaction rolls don't generate additional GM moves nor contribute to the action tracker. That's something we'll have to see more about, this flow of combat stuff. Simplified damage types is nice. Resistance having the damage feels better without vulnerability doubling it like in 5e. Yeah, I do wonder. I've seen vulnerability mentioned elsewhere, but it's not mentioned here, which is sort of interesting. I don't know how that's going to work. So we'll have to see. NPC reaction rolls. GMs can make a reaction roll when prompted by a PC's ability or spell. When they make a reaction roll for an adversary or other NPC, the GM rolls a d20 to determine whether the target succeeds or fails. If the GM meets or exceeds the target number, the NPC succeeds in the reaction and avoids the consequences. If they roll below the target number, the NPC fails and takes the consequences. This is interesting. Because the NPCs don't have character traits like PCs do, the GM may also add any of the adversary's relevant experiences as a bonus to the creature's reaction roll. If the adversary would be particularly weak against the effect, the GM may impose a penalty. I have to think about that. I have to think about why we are using a d20 and not 2d12. Wait, so it's comparing a d20 to 2d12 plus x? What? That's kind of how I am, Mr. Fizzer. I'm having to think about it. Like, why are we using a d20? Why are we using a d20? Why are we not using 2d12 here? Like, why not just use both for both? Right? It feels sort of odd. I don't know. I'll have to see. Maybe it'll make a little bit more sense in the actual flow of things, but it feels like an unnecessary distinction. You know? And also, it says, when prompted, they roll a d20. Oh, whoops. To determine whether they succeed or fail. If GM meets or exceeds the target number, I'm assuming the target number would be stated by the ability or spell. I don't know. It feels like again, maybe this will make more sense when we're actually in the moment of like playing or DMing this or GMing this. But I don't see a huge reason to have one side of this be 2d12 and one side of this be a d20. It basically means that like you have to kind of have two separate DC systems. Like you have like the PC DC, which has to be balanced differently because it's going up against 1d20 compared to the 2d12, which will have a totally separate thing. I don't know. I was so ready to dump my d20s into the bin too. Yeah, honestly. Do reaction rolls always d20, PC and NPC? No, PC's reaction roll duality dice, as if it was a reaction. So it is always PCs use 2d12, and NPCs always use 1d20. And it's kind of like why? You know what I'm saying? Because like even the number ranges on these are different. Like PCs are going to have 2 to 24 as possible roll values, with this more being centered towards like a centered roll of, what would it be, 6.5, so 13. They're going to have 2 to 24 with a median of 13, and NPCs have 1 to 20 with a center of 10.5. I mean, maybe this is the intention, and maybe it is just NPCs are going to be bumbling the bag more, and like that is the point. And maybe you determine the DCs like the same, you know, because to me tells me I need to balance my DCs differently. I need to balance my PC DCs separately from how I balance my NPC DCs. But maybe the point is literally that PCs should just always be better and NPCs are always like worse. I mean, not always, but on average. Maybe that's the point. Again, going towards this heroic aspect. I don't know. Honestly, just feels a bit unnecessary at that point. Like, I don't know. Like, you could just say, like, yeah, it's just still 2d12. It's just not using the hope and fear mechanics. I don't know. That's very, very odd. I'm so confused. It's odd. It's odd. It seems NPCs don't have hope, fear, and can just use d20, but you could just use 2d12 and ignore hope and fear. That's kind of where I'm at, Tierk. Is like, yeah, just use 2d12, so that you have the same, you know, probability spread, but just ignore hope and fear. Yeah. PCs are dependable in the average, but the world NPCs are more random. Certainly are. I mean, I guess I would, they're much more random, but also just averagely worse. Just straight up averagely worse and more random. Which I guess has a certain level of appeal to it, but yeah, it feels weird. It feels unnecessary. Why would you do that? I don't know. Page 171 has a bit of an explainer on why D20. Let's check it out. So we were on 110, 171. While the players use 2d12 duality as their primary dice, the GM uses a d20. This is because for players who have to follow specific rules for their characters, the stability and the reliability of their dice roll has a large impact on their experience in play. As a GM, this is not vital. You are playing the heel, meaning you are often acting as the bad guys while rooting for the heroes. When you succeed, it creates a new and exciting challenge. When you fail, it is a relief and a boon for the players. The unpredictable nature of the D20's results helps facilitate both of these experiences through a session. This unpredictability can always be mitigated as needed, because you are not beholden to the same rules. If you want to give an adversary plus 10 or minus 10, you have the power to do that. Utilizing this opportunity to ramp up and down the randomness Gives you a chance to represent a whole range of adversary types. Okay. So that is what they're going for. I mean, they are they chose the D20 for GM dice explicitly for the swinginess. That is very explicitly what they're going after. They absolutely want stability. They want stability for players and unpredictability for adversaries. Okay. There's intention behind it, at least. You can't argue with that. This was not randomly chosen. That is a very specific thing to go after that I do think this choice accomplishes. And so to that end, they don't want you to use two different methods of generating DC. Like, you should generate DC the exact same way. It's just that, adversaries are going to be passively worse at it, and they're going to be a lot more swingy. But that is the goal. That is absolutely the goal. Interesting. I'll have to see if I come around on it. Right now, it feels maybe a little bit over the top for me, but I can at least respect the intention there. The example mentions a 13 reaction roll, which makes me think it is a D20 versus spell save. I don't know if 2D12s are involved. Yeah. Seems to be just an excuse to have the most popular polyhedral in their game. I mean, maybe, dude. Maybe. Asymmetry and mechanics can be good, but this feels extraneous. Yeah. I understand what they're going for, but this, yeah. It feels a bit much to me. GMs use D20 so the GM can root for the heroes. That is a way to think about it, yeah. 60 pages later, we get the explanation. Feels like a layout bug. Does feel like a layout bug. I will agree with that extremely. They could at least include a link pointer to this section of why D20. Yeah, absolutely. Because they include a pointer to flow of combat. Right there. Yeah, the GM uses a D20 right there in this. See GM die or something. Huh. Yeah, that is... Yeah, I'll have to see how it plays. Overall, yeah, it feels a skosh random. It feels a skosh unnecessary, but I could see it being interesting. Like, I do understand what they're going for in that more swingy nature, because the 2d12 is going to give you a probability tree like that of like one, of 1-1 on this side and 12-12 on this side, right? It's going to give you this sort of probability pyramid, whereas the D20 is going to give you a 1 and a 20, and every other roll is equally as likely. So, I can understand how they want the GM's rolls to follow this, and they want the PC rolls to follow that. That's an explanation. That is a reasonable explanation. And then you can use riders to basically indicate proficiency. So, you add, plus 10 to this to indicate proficiency, but still have a giant amount of swing on it. There's something there. I can see their argument. Players can get frustrated rolling low for the entire session, whilst GMs, you can spin it narratively. Yeah, I can see it, Infinite Consortium. The more I think about it, the more I'm coming around on it. And I really understand their stance on why they're doing it, at the very least. It is something I would have to keep an eye on during playtesting. Like, they started with, but I still want to roll a d20, though, from some puppy-eyed GMs, and then retroactively made a justification. Yeah, I certainly don't think that is the case, but that is, I mean, maybe. Maybe. Each PC has evasion, which sets the difficulty for any roll against the creature that makes it. This represents the character's ability to avoid attacks by adversaries. Right, we've talked about that before. Advantage on an action or reaction represents an opportunity, either magical or mundane, that they seize upon. The PC makes advantage, adds a d6 advantage die to their roll. Sure. That makes sense. Totally makes sense. Condition. Vulnerable. This is what I was thinking of when we were talking about resistance earlier. Was vulnerability. Let's see. When an effect makes a creature take the condition vulnerable, it means that they are now temporarily in a difficult position. This might mean that they are knocked over, scrambling, caught off guard. While a creature is vulnerable, all rolls targeting them have advantage. Okay, so resistance, there's no doubling damage. There's only halving damage. And then there is things like vulnerable, hidden, restrained. Interesting. You know, okay. This is, you know, this is maybe vulnerable is just a debuff, yeah. I'm honestly debating on if conditions are even necessary at this point, you know? Like, I feel like you've abstracted enough of the scenario that, like, feels like vulnerable is something that the GM could just work into the DC at this point, you know? And, like, hidden, I don't know that hidden needs to be, like, an explicit mechanical condition. You know what I'm saying? Like, any rolls against them are at disadvantage. Like, this and this just feel like work into the DC sort of things for me. When a creature is restrained, they cannot move. Again, it seems like something that could just be handled in fiction. And especially with there only being 3 conditions, 2 of which feel like they could be handled within the DC calculation, and restrained just feels like, I don't know, it doesn't even feel like something that needs to be a condition. It's just kind of, I don't want to say common sense. But yeah, this feels like unnecessary mechanics at this point. But we'll see. Conditions are mechanically applied by players, and applying them help reward smart play. Maybe. Like, they are specific to, like, certain, like, domain abilities of, like, applying vulnerable or applying hidden. Yeah. Which I can get behind. It feels, I don't know. I'm curious about how many of these things they've stripped out and added back in and tweaked so far. Game design sounds wild but super interesting. Oh, I agree. I don't believe that's all the conditions that will appear, just core. Okay. You know what? Honestly, it's this very weird balance. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling, Mr. Fizzer. Of, like, if it's just these 3, I'm kind of like, meh. Just not have them. Just don't have them. You know, if it's just these 3, just don't have them. I mean, you could literally do, instead of the domain or whatever being like you apply vulnerable to a creature, just be like all DCs for that creature are like -2. Like, it's not like we're avoiding riders here. You know, riders are very much still a part of this system. So instead of having vulnerable, just have, you know, that creature has -2 for the rest of the turn. Or -1 or whatever you want to do. And then just remove conditions as a thing. But if you're going to have a lot of domains with some different conditions, it makes sense. Like, if you're going to have a lot of conditions and a lot of different sources of the same thing, which is, to be fair, very possible, especially if they want to release like domain packs in the future, where you want like different domains to be able to just like use a mechanic very quickly. So instead of having like 7 domains that all say -2, you just say vulnerable. I can see it to that extent, but right now it feels thin with only having these 3. But if there's more, and if there's a lot of domains coming in the future, I can see it. Let's see. Countdowns. Countdowns are a way for the table to keep track of a coming event, usually utilizing a die that has a certain value, then ticking that number down. Okay, so clocks. That's fine. Yeah. Might tick every time an action roll is made, every time a PC rolls with fear, during downtime. Totally. Yeah, okay. So this is Blades in the Dark clocks. Fair enough. Thumbs up. I love clocks. It's pretty easy to go overboard with the conditions. 7 to 10 feels like a sweet spot. I agree. Yeah. Bit D, y'all. Bit D. Whoa, my gosh. Bit D. Who would have guessed? Maps, range, and movement. At any point, players may, or the GM may call for a map to be brought to the table. This might be to clarify positioning, showcase an environment, or simply because the table enjoys using maps and miniatures. When this happens, the GM should create or reveal a map, and everyone should place their minis. This can be as simple as a quick drawing on a piece of paper or a complicated and fully designed 3D map, as long as it presents the information players need to be able to navigate. Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Matt loves using sand timers in home games. Hell yeah. That's cool. Okay, yeah. Fair enough way to talk about maps. I like building in the explicit thing of like people can ask and then you should create it even if you don't have it. I mean, I think that's just like good advice in general. They're doing one of the things that that I both like and dislike about this rulebook is that it is using rulebook space to sort of mechanize or like, build into Raw a lot of just good advice. Like when someone asks for a map, give them a map. It's like, okay, yeah. And like that is good advice. And I think that's, good. Maybe that's good to like spend rule space on. I don't know. I liked it at the beginning when they did like lines and veils, but maybe taking a lot of that and putting it into like an advice section or a like suggested courses of action section. So like putting like lines and veils, red X, creating maps, like all of those into suggested courses of play, I think could be better than doing this, because a lot of this is taking up space, but also if you put it into its own advice section, then at that point do people ignore it? So it's kind of like, how much do you essentially, I don't want to say baby the reader, but how much do you hold their hand through it? Like, how much do you trust them to read the suggestions if you don't pair them next to the hard rules? Ooh. That's a really fine point of fucking rulebook design that I do not feel qualified to speak on, but it's very interesting. It's a hard left from MCDM's RPG, hard coding the grid. Yeah, hard left, yeah. Map sounds more like a call-out box than primary text. Yeah, that's kind of... Maybe that's a good point of, like, maybe it's just a question of formatting. Like, if you have, like, the rules in more this format, and then you have a little call-out box on the side that gives maybe the more recommended, like, this is, like, a good rule of thumb sort of deal. Like I said, I'm not a rulebook formatter, so I don't know. I hate sand timers. It's instant brain empty. I'm watching the sand fall, which I mean makes I mean, so yeah, I'm definitely getting a sense of you as a player of like, you know, talking about like the like liking the turn-based stuff. That's kind of the same aspect of like having a sand timer is the opposite of having turn-based, you know, combat sort of stuff. And that is very fair. Like if you if you would prefer that, you know, turn-based thing to give you time to think, the sand timer is the exact opposite. I have played at tables where the sand timer breaks people out of analysis paralysis. I've played at a table where analysis paralysis was one of the biggest issues. You're the Travis. I'm not the Travis because most of the time I'm GMing. But my group is much more likely to fall into analysis paralysis. We're not doing anything than they are to just hit buttons. Like we have way fewer Travises than we do, who's like an analysis paralysis person on Critical Role? I don't know, Laura? I don't know, actually. I can't really think of someone who's like a big analysis paralysis person. But like if you're playing with more button pushers and you're more analytical, like you want to stop and take stock, like the sand timer, or just if you're at like an off table, like where you have different types of people, these sorts of mechanics like sand timers or non-turn based could be iffy. They could be problematic. I will say countdowns I don't think are actual sand timers, which I don't think the person who brought it up was saying that they were. They might tick when an action roll is made, when a player rolls with fear during downtime, like once per downtime sort of deal. I haven't used a sand timer in a long time. I have used a sand timer before, but not in a while. I haven't felt like I needed it in a long time. This kind of thing feels very useful to a newbie like me. I mean, fair enough. I have never DM'd any game. I kind of like being babied, which is totally fair. That's why like it's a debate in my mind of like, should you include it in the main text or should you do it separately? Yeah. A balance between both ideal sets would be nice. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. It's cool to see the hype from people. Oh yeah. It's very cool. I'm very excited for this. Kilo got a little analysis paralysis. I feel like it's part of the PC's personality. That's fair. Okay, really quick. I'm gonna pee really fast. And then, man, I feel like we're not gonna get through this. There's so much more. We might have to do another Daggerheart day. Maybe I'll do like Daggerheart before Critical Role or something. I don't know. Maybe more on Thursday. Because, oh my gosh. There is so much more to go through. This is a lot of mechanics. For a mechanics light system, it's a lot. But they're all pretty simplified, which is fair. I don't know. The current art director, I painted at Fungirl Ancient. Oh, nice. Very nice. Oh, wait, what, Anthony? Oh, you're the art director for Daggerheart. Oh, shit, that's sick. Very cool. Wait, you painted the Fungirl Goblin Fairy Fawn Halfling? Wait a second. Let's go show it off then. Because I skipped through a lot of them because I was like, oh, I just want to get, like, the vibes and then go forward further into the rules. But wait a second. We got to check it out. We got to show off your stuff. Wait. Halfling. Oh, I'm still on title. Wait, Halfling. They are on the cards. I'm not sure if they'll be in the main text. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful. Oh my gosh. Very cool. They're on the cards. Oh, man. Yeah, I will have to look more at the cards. Are the cards, I'm assuming, are in the separate playtests, right? Separate materials, probably in the GM materials or something. Ah, there we go. All cards. Those are not me. Let's see. Whoa, wait. Ancestry and community, I assume. Oh, look at these. These look great. Man, this is... At one point, I was talking about how, like, I can't do, like an art analysis stream because I have nothing to say other than, damn, they look gorgeous. They look so fucking pretty. Oh my gosh, big Myconid vibes. I've always wanted to play a Myconid in D&D. Oh, very cool. Those concepts were done by Sean Ellis. Very cool. There you go, Ancestry. Much love. I'll tell the illustrators you love them. I do. Which it's hard because, like, I'm not an art guy. I am not good at drawing, but it does reel me into all of the vibes a lot. Like, a good and, like, cohesive art style, I feel like can really define what it's like to, like, read through a book and, like, really define the tone of a game. I like it a lot. And I mean, speaking of the heroic tone, you know, we talked about, like, the crits are much more building out a mega heroic tone of Daggerheart. I think that the art does the exact same thing. Like, all of these people, even the little ribbit, even the little ribbit is just giving me big Hobbit energy, you know? He looks like he's about to go on a heroic adventure. So, I mean, I think that the art really matches the tone really well. Oh, my gosh. Ads about to start on Twitch. Okay, we'll take a quick break while ads roll on Twitch. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Yeah. I mean, I absolutely love all of it. Just finished 3 Daggerheart vids, and it's good to see so many TTRPGs allow for very flexible character creation. I mean, I know that... wait, I'll talk about that when I get back, because I've had to pee for a little bit. So I will be right back. And then we will talk about that exact comment, Soul Angel. All right, I'm back. Oh yeah, but so the so many TTRPGs that allow for flexible character creation. This is what when we were talking over the touchstones, right? And it was talking about like BitD, City of Mist. I can feel the City of Mist influence on the experiences. Like the experiences mechanic, which I love. Like, City of Mist, honestly, too flexible for me. I talked about that earlier of like, I think that City of Mist is so cool, but just a little bit too flexible. I like the more narrow experience of the experiences, which I think is very, very neat. Because even another one of the touchstones in a TTRPG that I love, Blades in the Dark, does not even have that flexible of like a character creation experience. It is incredibly flexible, but it doesn't essentially allow you to like kind of like make your own mechanic, you know, like the experience like natural language does of allowing you to get those 1 to 2s on whatever the experience would apply it to. So I think I really like that aspect of the experiences. Again, like City of Mist was so big, so much for little old me. But I love the more narrow aspect in Daggerheart of that exact same thing. Keep up the great stream, Megaphone. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate it. Gotta keep browsing the love of the launch. Oh yeah, absolutely. I am going to not only leave feedback, but I want to play it first. Because I have feedback just based on the read-through, but then I'm going to play it. Wait, why is the Bitty book open? Bitty book's open so that I can occasionally compare. You know what I'm saying? How cool that one of the official artists shows up in stream to talk about the system. I mean, I think it definitely is indicative of, like, the entire team being into it. You know? Not just fucking pens for hire. They are, you know, they are participating in creating fucking awesome art and then are going around loving, you know, everyone else talking about it and like the hype around the game. I think that's super cool and very indicative that they that the team is very into it, which is cool. Very, very neat. Designing a TTRPG of my own might have to go on the bucket list. Ooh, it's on my bucket list. I've noodled around with my TTRPG once in a blue moon, but haven't done anything specific or haven't made any big moves. I would not consider it even close to being able to be shown. Oh man. Oh, see, you want to play it? Just gotta schedule the stream now. I do, and I will. I'd like to hear some takeaways from what you digested. Yeah. Well, I need to finish it. I also want to finish it. Because it's interesting. A lot of the mechanics that are left feel very natural language. Right? Hidden, restrained, vulnerable. Even the ranges. Melee, very close, far, very far. Like, feel very natural language oriented, but they also have some, like, basically, you know, like, literal things associated with them, like 5 to 10, 10 to 30, whatever, which is interesting. It's an interesting way to cut the line. So I feel like I need to read over them all. But I also feel like I probably have enough to just make a character at this point. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Also speaks to how well Daggerheart treats their artists if they're this into it. Yeah, 100%. Like, I feel like if the artists are going around, you know, like excited for it themselves, yeah, you're not gonna do that for a company that treat you like shit. Or maybe you do, I don't know, but you know, very cool to see, very, very cool to see. I'm trying to make it feel very much like Elder Scrolls. Ooh, I like me an Elder Scrolls. As someone who's designing a full TTRPG right now, it's a lot of very rewarding work. It's on the back of my mind always, especially because I don't feel like I've encountered a TTRPG that is exploration focused. I feel like a lot of times exploration gets put on the back burner. And so that is, and it's one of my favorite things in any game. I am very much the type of guy that, like, during Assassin's Creed, I would go and find every single tower first and reveal the entire map before I ever did a quest. At least a quest on purpose. So So yeah, it's always the skinniest pillar. So that's always, I've noodled around with like an exploration focused TTRPG. But I honestly feel like I haven't tried enough other TTRPGs to feel confident that I'm not like reinventing the wheel, So that's why I've only dabbled like very broadly in it. Have you tried out the Cypher system? I have not. I have not at all. Does it have some exploration mechanics? I would love that. I will also reveal the map first. I will note to put more exploration into ESPR. And I mean, to be fair, like, systems have to focus on some things. They cannot focus on everything. Like, I've talked about, like, I don't mind that D&D is a combat-focused system. That's what it's good. Like, that is where they put a lot of the mechanical detail. It is good at, like, running complex, like, puzzle-type combats. But the exploration's pretty fucking light. So, I mean, yeah, if that is something that you want to put mechanics into, I know I would love it. But love me some AC, though Ubisoft is pricey with their content quality. Oh yeah, I haven't bought an AC game in a while, but in the older ones at least. Strict originality is overrated. Nothing wrong with reinventing the wheel as long as you do it well. I mean, that's very true. I also don't want to make a mechanic so like uber complicated when an easier version of it just exists. That was one of the reasons, or that was one of the things that got me attracted to Blades in the first place, is that I was so reinventing, like absolutely making what was essentially clocks way too complicated. Like, I had all of these complicated systems that I was homebrewing to essentially accomplish what clocks accomplish in like one paragraph from BitD. And so that's another reason that I just want to learn and play more TTRPGs, is to introduce me to more mechanics that I like and that I think are good and interesting, that I could potentially work into mine eventually. Numenera Cypher system is centered on exploring and discovering forgotten fantasy tech derelicts. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna write a note to look into that. Numenera? I'm just gonna take a fucking screenshot of it because I'm gonna forget it otherwise. Gimme your comment. Hiya. Hacha. There we go. Sweet. I'm gonna look into that later. I can't wait for Ubisoft to release a new AC2 for 120 USD. That's a AAA game. A bit, honestly. I just saw a posting for Numenera game on Super Geek's Discord. Really? Holy shit. I mean, I will need to look into it more first, but that'd be cool. There's a free SRD for Cypher you can read online. Fuck yeah. Okay. I will be looking into that. I have too many new things. Guys, I have to do Daggerheart. Don't keep introducing things to me. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think honestly, at this point, I think we kind of have enough to probably make a character. I think we kind of have enough. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, there are tiers of weapons. Interesting. You know, this isn't quite what I was hoping for. I will say, I was hoping for, although maybe it'll be more in the upper tiers, right? You know, these are all starting primaries. Maybe they'll get more interest. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. That's where they all start getting more shit is in the higher tiers and higher levels. Okay. Okay, interesting. Huh. Wow, there are... Oh, wait, these are armors. Secondary... Oh, wait, no, secondary weapons. Oh, interesting. The tiers is very fascinating. I generally like it. Like, first blush like it. Oh, man, there's so much. There's so much. Okay. And then running an adventure. I think it's a D&D equipment list. Gotta make a serif. Oh, right. Yeah. The one-handed thing is text. In the character creation beta, it was left-handed and right-handed emojis. That's hilarious. Weapon tiers allow more customizability. They do. They definitely do. Why tier 0, though? Does that mean weapons have no plus to damage? I don't think so. I think tier 0 is just the first tier. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me see. So, tier 0, level 1, yeah. So, tier 0 is like starting weapons, you know? Or are you like, oh, like, why start at 0? Maybe it's just programmer brain. Programmer brain, I was immediately just like, yeah, like 0. Oh, yeah. I mean... I don't know, like session 0. Like, you know, it's just the first number, you know? You know, I could see that being confusing to people. I blew right past it. Did not even register in my brain as something that might be weird. But, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I guess tier 1 would probably be a little bit more normal. I think it is supposed to be kind of related to the session 0 vibe. I think that's what I would think. Didn't skip a beat to me, yeah. I'm generally confused by the tier numbers being all different from the level numbers. I think I would do tier Roman numerals or something. I actually fully agree with you, Timpanist. Or letters. I actually fully agree that I don't think it should be numbers for both. So like tier and level. I completely agree with you on having the tiers separate from the levels of like lettering or Roman numerals or something like that. I think that'd be better. I think you're totally right. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, that's a very good point. Anyways, okay, I think, you know, I might read through the rest of it off stream, but I think we got, you know, the majority of it down. So feel free, you know, read through it. I'm sure you all already have to some degree or another. And then I think we making characters Thursday. I think we're making characters Thursday. Yeah. I think let's make a character on Thursday. And then we will see what else we get going. It is better, trust me. My testers have loved my equipment tiers being a separate thing so far. Yeah, I definitely like the advancement aspect of this. Huh. Okay. Anyways. Characters on Thursday. Critical Role tomorrow. Critical Eyes tomorrow, 4 p.m. Making a character probably going to be around the same time as this stream, if I had to guess. And that'll be about it. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining, especially all the new folks. Love to have you. Welcome. And I like your thinking there, Thursday, and the future of them. Yeah, exactly. And I will see you all later. Goodbye. I'm never ready to end it. I always like say goodbye